Hello everyone, welcome to the first edition of our 4-day virtual hacking conference, VULNCON 2020, organized by NOOB. Hope you all are doing amazing and are perfectly fine during this COVID-19 situation. I am Mansi, your host for this event. So let's get started with a little bit of introduction. We, the team of NOOB, are an information security open source community who help each other learn security and the things related to it to become a better version of ourselves. Giving back to the community is what we believe in. So, going with the new normal that is being virtual, we are trying to fill the gaps between the top-notch speakers from the industry and people like us who are very eager to learn. Up next is a token of appreciation for my team, all the volunteers, authors, speakers, and of course, you all, our audience, for giving us their valuable time and making this event possible. Moving on to special thanks to Google Cloud, Offensive Security, Spicy, Hack the Box, Comsia, Bugcrowd, HackerOne, Hacker Associate, and CyberExplore for being our sponsors and supporting us. Next, a token of appreciation to XploitWizer, INT Cybercrime Society, Axial, CyberGrabs, Synox, DarkArmy, iCode, ITC, and vulnfreak for being our community partner. The appreciation cannot end without thanking our educational partner, that is Lovely Professional University, Phagwara, Punjab, India. Now, if you want to follow us or if you have any queries, the details are mentioned in the description box. Also the cliche line, don't forget to follow us on our social media platforms and do tag us if you share anything related to VULNCON 2020. Coming up next is something we have prepared for our sponsors who have showed us immense support and love. Hope you will enjoy that.
Welcome to Cyber Mayhem. The match will begin in 3, 2, 1. Flags have been planted. Your team has owned a user flag. Your team has cloned a machine. Warning, your team is losing availability points.
Are you looking to take the next step in your cybersecurity career or open the door to cybersecurity from other areas in IT? Security Plus is the leading global certification that proves you have the core cybersecurity skills to advance your career. Nearly 600,000 IT pros have earned CompTIA Security Plus. Once you have Security Plus, the #1 core cybersecurity certification on the market, you can problem solve a wider variety of today's complex security issues. Prepare yourself with hands-on coverage of the latest trends and techniques. You'll learn the 5 areas of security, including attacks, threats, and vulnerabilities, architecture and design, implementation, operations and incident response, and GRC. Security Plus has become the gold standard for corporations and governments worldwide. For years, it has been the primary choice for fulfilling U.S. Department of Defense 8140-8570 compliance. Security Plus has demonstrated its ability to make sure you have the right foundation for your cyber career. Because Security Plus has helped organizations for years, it's no wonder that more and more people in various job roles are turning to Security Plus to enrich their security skill set. Study with the official CompTIA content exclusively developed for Security Plus and hit the ground running with the best cybersecurity certification on the market. Prepare yourself to address today's threats as well as anticipate the next attack. Head on over to comptia.org/security to learn more and secure your future.
So, moving to the first talk of the day, we will have Rohit Gautam with us in some time, who will be speaking on how to crush bounties in 2021. Over to you, sir.
Hello everyone and welcome to this talk of crushing bug bounties, how to do better than others. First of all, let's have a quick disclaimer. This talk is entirely based on extensive research from internet, tools and my personal experience. Okay, so what to expect out of the talk? First of all, I'm going to share some of the cool tips and tricks which is going to help you in long run in bug bounties and recon. I'm not going to share any magical bug bounty tricks or 0 days. Also, I'm not going to share any of my private program invites, but definitely I'm going to share some of my scripts, snippets and one-liners which will help you. Before we start, let's quickly see the Zen poem. To follow the path, look to the master, follow the master, walk with the master, see through the master, and finally become the master. Alright, so what the heck are bug bounties if you have never heard about it? So bug bounties is basically you identify an issue into any target application. That can be a web application, that can be a mobile application, a software or anything. You report that bug or the issue or vulnerability to the target organization, and based on that they acknowledge and reward you something. Rewards may vary. It can be an appreciation, Hall of Fame or a monetary reward. In upcoming slides, we are going to discuss and dive in deep more about bug bounties and how can you become better at it. So this is our agenda for today. First, I'm going to do some self-promotion. Next, going to discuss about what is bug bounty, what is recon, How can you do effective recon? Some of the tricks. Finally, we'll wrap up. I'm going to do an internship announcement for every one of you, and at the end, we'll have some Q&A. So who am I? My name is Rohit. I have founded a cybersecurity company in Mumbai named as Hacktify Cybersecurity. I have also founded a non-profit 501 organization, which is Hacktify Community. I'm a cybersecurity narcissist, online instructor at Udemy. I teach courses like bug bounties, recon, network security, and map, etc. I also do part-time bug bounty hunting. So what is bug bounties and what are the expectations towards bug bounties for everyone? So most of people who look towards bug bounties feel it is free, easy money. They see posts overwhelmed everywhere on social media platforms like LinkedIn and Twitter. A lot of people are posting about their bounties. So people think it is free, easy money. But in reality, it is the combination of 3 P's. The first is perseverance, persistence, and pushing yourself harder to identify valid vulnerabilities. Alright, so let's start with the top 10 rules for bug bounties. The first one is choosing the right bug bounty program. If you have just begun your journey in bug bounties, choosing the right program is very, very crucial. Obviously, you do not want to pick a program wherein you end up finding nothing because that program has been extensively tested by a lot of security researchers. So yes, choosing the right program matters at the beginning. Second is recon. You have to do effective recon to identify those bugs which have been missed by others. Just do not simply DDoS the program with active scans or automated scanners because it is not going to help in long run. Remember, the active scanners or automated scanners which you are going to run has already been run by the security team. So you're going to identify the same issues which they already know or which they do not consider to be severe enough. So recon is important. Third is do not keep expectations for anything. Do not expect for rewards. Just keep on identifying vulnerabilities and keep on making yourself better by hunting on different types of programs. In the long run, if you are doing good, so developing your flow of approach and methodology is very, very important, and it is going to help you in long run. If you know what is your approach, what are the next steps you're going to perform, make a checklist of all the bugs that you're going to perform, helps you in effective bug bounty hunting or pen testing. Next is surround yourself with bug bounty community to keep yourself updated, which is very, very important. Keep yourself active on Twitter. There are a lot of security researchers and awesome people who keep on updating a lot of useful material which you can always utilize, and talking and sharing ideas with same like-minded people is very, very helpful and beneficial. You can also collaborate with people around you to become more successful in bug bounties. Next is automate everything. Automate the daily boring stuff that you do. For example, identification of subdomains, finding the live host, etc. If there's something which you are doing more than twice, automate it. Next is make your own checklist. I've already expressed about making your own checklist, so you know what are the next steps that you want to do. This way you do not miss any specific type of vulnerabilities to be tested on any program. So whenever you find a bug, you can chain it, you can increase the severity. Obviously, I do not expect if you have just begun your journey and you are only familiar with specific 1 or 2 type of bugs or vulnerabilities, you obviously are not going to chain it with other vulnerabilities. But yes, if you're already experienced, then you can definitely chain it with other vulnerabilities to increase the severity and impact. And the last one is mental health. It is very, very important. Trust me, guys. Take breaks and do some leisure in between. If you are feeling that you're not able to identify good bugs or you feel burned out, take rest, take breaks, which is very important. And this way you can stay on track and again start your journey when you feel comfortable. All right. Okay, so next is where you can begin your journey. So here I have listed few platforms like Bugcrowd, HackerOne, Cobalt.io, Synac, Zerocopter, Open Bug Bounty, private RVDP programs which are being run by private organizations, and there are many more programs that you can identify on internet. Remember, from here, Synac is a private program in which you have to apply through their assessment. And once you clear the assessment, you can onboard on their platform, and then you can start your pen testing or bug bounty hunting. Apart from this, all other platforms are free to sign up. So you can sign up on any of these platforms, pick any program and start bug hunting. Okay, so I have divided recon in 3 parts based on the scope. The first is the small scope recon. The second one is medium scope recon. And the third one is large scope recon. So what is this small, medium and large scope? We are going to understand in the next couple of minutes. First of all, the most important thing that you should know about recon is subdomains. Now, why subdomains have been given so much importance? Because of high value target. So enumerating the scope of a program, which we will refer as evilcop.com from now, is very, very important. Why? If you increase the scope, the chances are that your success rate in finding critical bugs will increase, as subdomains are the only one which are generally not protected by developers or not being tested by security researchers. Most of the security researchers jump onto the main target domain, whereas there are low-hanging fruits or some critical findings which are being lying on other subdomains. So you should always start with subdomains. So you can always look to those subdomains which are vulnerable. Now, what is a subdomain? As you can see into the figure over here, this is the main domain, which is evilcop.com. So what is a subdomain? As you can see, the top level domain is evilcop.com. And then we have beta.evilcop.com, which is a subdomain, and then alpha.beta.evilcop.com, which is a subdomain, which is also known as vertical correlation. So by this, we can conclude that a subdomain is a subdivision of a domain, and yes, you may identify many subdomains. Now we are going to see how you can identify these types of subdomain, which is known as vertical correlation. Also, we are going to see how you can identify horizontal correlation. So what is horizontal correlation? Horizontal correlation is nothing but the acquisitions of the target organization. For example, google.cz, youtube.com, blogger.com, anything that has been acquired by Google as an entity is horizontal domain correlation. Now, what is vertical domain correlation? As we just saw, finding the subdomains is vertical domain correlation. For instance, maps.google.com or alpha.beta.maps.google.com is any subdomain for a particular base domain is called as the vertical domain correlation. Now, some of the tools that can be used for subdomain enumeration are as follows. So these are the command line based tools that I use, which is Subfinder by the Project Discovery team. Next is the AMAS, Sublister, Aquatone or NocPy. Here are few of the graphical tools that you can use, which is the Project Discovery datasets, NMMapper, which is the website which you can utilize to identify subdomains, Pentest tools, Subdomain Finder or Spicy. So let me show you how does it looks like. So now let's just quickly see how can we identify subdomains using this GUI tool. So once you are onto this website, just go to Subdomain Finder, and here you need to input your target for which you want to see the subdomains for. So let's say we are going to search the subdomains for uber.com. So let's just type uber.com and hit Subdomain Finder. And you can see in just a couple of seconds, it has identified in total 582 unique subdomains, as you can see over here. So you just need to copy this into a text file and it's ready to use. You can identify multiple vulnerabilities onto these subdomains, try to see if they resolve or not, and you can do a lot of things like subdomain takeovers as well. Let's get back to the presentation. There's a similar tool like this which you can use, which is subdomainfinder.c99.nl. So let me just come over here, and here it asks you for the domain name. So let us put the domain name again, which is uber.com, and let's hit start scan. As you can see, it has identified the subdomains for you, and it's a pretty sweet list of subdomains which is presented over here. So you can just copy this again, feed it to a text file, and you can utilize as per your needs. So with this, I also like to find subdomains manually from all these sources, which includes cert.sh, which is the certificate transparency logs, Census and Shodan, which is the IoT search engines. It's very good to identify multiple assets for any organization. So whenever any new CVE has been released, at that time, what I generally do is I try to identify the dork for that particular software which has identified to be vulnerable. And this way I perform mass hunting on multiple targets. So you can also do that. It is very, very simple and useful. Google certificate transparency, Facebook certificate transparency, subdomains can be identified from CSP headers as well, viewdns.info, dnsdumpster.com, and virustotal.com as well. So let me just quickly show you how does cert.sh looks like. Alright, so this is the website which is cert.sh. So once you are over here, you can simply search for your target. So let's say my target is Apple. So I'm going to enumerate all the subdomains for Apple from its certificates. As you can see over here, this is the common name. And here is again a sweet list of all the subdomains for Apple. And the list is huge, as you can see over here. Now, with the help of some regex skills, you can just download this sets, filter it, and it's again ready to use. So you're not wasting any more of your time in identifying subdomains using tools like Sublister, NockPy, etc. Now, to make this much more simpler, there is already a tool which helps you in doing this, which is a bash script for cert.sh. I have already downloaded this bash script into my computer. So let me just show you how does it looks like and how you can identify subdomains using the certificate transparency logs. Here you can see this is the file which is cert.sh. So let me first quickly give the permissions to execute, and now we are good to go. So let's say our target is apple.com, and let me just hit enter. So it is gathering the certificate subdomains information from the web application that we have seen over here. So there are huge number of subdomains. So it will download all of them and save it into a file which you can utilize later on. Let us see, and let's just wait for this to complete, and we will have a good list of subdomains directly from the certificate transparency log. Now this turns out to be very, very helpful sometimes, guys. As you can see, the process is done successfully. This is the list of subdomains, and you can see it gives a message, domains saved to apple.com-cert.txt. As you can see over here, a new file has been created. Let's see how many subdomains it has identified for us. And you can see it is around 1600 subdomains. And even if you run a sort on it, we can see these are all the unique subdomains that has been identified. Now you can obviously utilize this for multiple test cases and vulnerabilities. Let's move ahead. Similarly, you can use Census and Shodan to identify subdomains datasets as well. So let me show you how does it looks like. So this is Shodan. So you can just come to Shodan and you can use search filters. So these are some of the search filters which you can use, which is org, which means organization. You can use port number, etc. Let me just directly search for apple.com. You can see we have identified 1656 results for Apple, and these all targeted IP addresses, domains, and subdomains belongs to Apple. and you can just go on any of them and you can start testing. Now this also gives you a rich overview of the target organization. Here you can see the city, the country, organization, the ISP, the ports which are open, the services which are running the SSL certificate. Sometimes it also identify which for default passwords or software versions or services which are running on outdated versions. Let's go to census and let's see how can we use census. So just go on census and you can use census with different filters as you can see over here. So let's quickly search for apple.com and hit enter. And this way you are going to get a lot of results or the systems or IP addresses which are being deployed for apple.com. You can use census for searching based on specific banners or specific software versions as well. So let me just show you one of the quick way of identifying subdomain takeovers using census using one of the banner. Okay, so let me show you how you can utilize census for identification of vulnerable target or host based on specific search filters, queries, banners, or fingerprints. So I'm going to use one of the fingerprint for subdomain takeovers of Shopify, as you can see over here, and we have got a couple of targets over here. So one of the target, which is this, which I have identified from Shopify, and you can see it is vulnerable to subdomain takeover. Now I can simply make an account and take over this domain, and this will be a legitimate subdomain takeover. So let me just quickly show you. So I'm quickly going to sign up using my account. And let me just quickly keep a password for this account. And let's say the store name be subdomain takeover by Rohit for NOOB Army. And let's click on create your store. Perfect. Let's save this. Alright, so our account has been successfully created now. Let's just wait for this to load and let me show you a successful subdomain takeover. Alright, so let's just quickly fill up this. Alright, so now my account has successfully been created. So now I'm going to take over one of the domain. So let me just go to add domain, and here you can see a add domain option. So by the time I was creating the account, I have identified one more subdomain takeover for this account and for this website. And let's see if you're able to take over this. So let me just go to this and I'm going to add one more domain. So let me just click on connect existing domain. And let me give the existing domain name over here and hit next. Let's wait for this to complete, and it says connect your domain automatically. So let me just connect it automatically. Click over here, wait for this to verify. And I think it's verified, and you can see we are successfully connected, as you can see over here. Perfect. So let me just go on this domain right now. First, you can see this was the error message that we were able to see. Now let's see what has been changed over here. Does anything get changed? And you can see we are successfully able to take over the domain name, which is formersuperblends.com, and you can see subdomain takeover by Rohit for NOOB Army. So I hope you guys understood how quickly in just under 2 minutes I was able to do a subdomain takeover using some fingerprints from census. Let's move ahead. Now let's understand about what is ASN lookup. So what is ASN? ASN stands for Autonomous System Number, which is a unique number which is assigned to Internet Assigned Number Authorities. So basically it contains the block of IP addresses which has been given to a single organization where they can host their applications on different IP ranges. So let me show you how does a ASN look like. So for instance, I'm going to search over here apple.com and hit enter. Now it is going to show me the ASN range for Apple. So here you can see, first of all, the DNS information, and here is the website information, here is the IP information, and you can see this is the ASN range, which is AS714. Now, once I click on AS714, you can see the list of IP addresses which has been claimed by Apple. And Apple is a huge organization, so you're going to see very big chunks of IP subnets that have been claimed by them. Let me just go over here, and you can see they own a very big chunk of this subnet, as you can see, and there are a lot of applications which has been hosted on that huge IP range. Now, to do this, you can use Spicy as well. I really like using Spicy because it gives a very rich overview of your target. So let's say I search for apple.com over here, and now it shows you the overview, and you can see over here, organization is Apple, 294 same domains with different suffix, DNS records, related domain 7K with same NS records, 1.2 domains with same MX records. Let me just go down, and you can see there are total 13K subdomains, out of which 2.2K subdomains are alive. Now, if I go over here, you can see the ASN range, and you can see AS714 contains 6K hosted application hosts. So let me just click on this and click on AS overview. Now you can see these are the total number of hosted domains, which is 30,000 domains which has been hosted on this huge ASN. Now you can obviously utilize this to identify issues into their hosted IP addresses, and if those are in scope, you can obviously report them. Now I really like this feature, which is of emails that has been given by Spicy. So you can utilize this email addresses which has been given over here to identify sensitive information on GitHub, which has been made by these people. Let's move ahead to the presentation. So now let's quickly begin with small scope based recon. So here our target is going to be example.com. All right, so what are the steps that we are going to do in small scope recon? So the first step that we are going to perform is directory enumeration. You can also call it as fuzzing, to identify sensitive endpoints or sensitive information from the target. Sometimes developer keeps sensitive information into the server, for example, source code, backup files, which can easily be identified by the help of fuzzing, and this way you may get a P1 bug as well. You can also do second GitHub dorking. Sometimes GitHub dorking helps you to identify hard-coded API keys, passwords, tokens into their GitHub repositories. Remember, in the top 5 bugs that been reported to Bugcrowd, sensitive data exposure from GitHub remains one of them. So yes, do not miss this and keep it into your methodology to identify sensitive data exposure from GitHub. Next we can do is server enumeration, which is identifying that what the server is running on, what is the CMS, what is the technology it is running on. For instance, if we identify our example.com is running on WordPress, then we can run a specific workflow scan for WordPress. We can use WP scan, or we can use nuclei workflows to identify low-hanging fruits on that. Next, we can use Google Docking for identification of sensitive data exposure. In case you want to see what are the Google Docs that you can possibly use, go to exploitdb.com where there is a huge collection of awesome Google Docs that you can utilize. Next, you can use juicy links with GF. So GF is again a tool which is used to do pattern matching. There are multiple patterns that you can use like XSS, SQLI, SSRF, etc. So you can use this tool to identify the most vulnerable or weak patterns, or you can say parameters that are likely to be vulnerable to specific set of vulnerabilities. The next one is wayback enumeration. I really like this because it helps you identify a lot of vulnerabilities. So what is actually wayback? So all the URLs for any target is being crawled by these crawlers and they have been saved at one place. What we are doing is we are downloading all those crawled URLs into our computer, and we are trying to identify if any sensitive information can be leaked over there or any specific set of URLs or parameters are vulnerable. Similarly, you can use a tool like GAU, which is get all URLs. You can also use Alien Vault's OTX to do the same, to identify the crawled URLs and identify vulnerabilities into them. Next you can do is parameter enumeration. This is very, very useful. You can identify the vulnerable parameters into any target. For this, you can use different tools like Param Spider or Arjun. Once you have identified the parameters, you can test them for specific set of vulnerabilities like SSTI, XSS, etc. Next is JS file enumeration, which is JavaScript file based enumeration. Remember, JS files is again a gold mine because developers tend to do these mistakes and they hard code API keys, passwords, tokens into the JS files. Sometimes, luckily, I have identified internal endpoints or the link of some of S3 buckets into the JS files, which turns out to be very, very useful because those buckets are kept publicly open to read and write. So yes, have a look at JS files because it helps a lot in identification of sensitive issues. You can also identify the WAF which is running onto a target. Why? Because a lot of times security researchers on Twitter release their WAF bypass payloads. For example, if our website, which is example.com, is running on Cloudflare WAF, someone drops a XSS bypass for Cloudflare. You can just use that particular payload and try to identify the same vulnerability on that. So if you make a list or you note down what are the WAFs that are running onto a target program, at a later point of time, you can use those bypass payloads onto that, execute your attack. The next one is port scanning. You can scan the ports for your target system. I have seen many times developers or sysadmins running services or applications on uncommon ports like 4445, like this. You may identify some of the software configuration which is onto their default configuration or default passwords this way. Sometimes they are running on older versions of software, so you can directly exploit them. So this turns out to be very, very helpful that you should do port scanning using Nmap or Masscan. Next is backend enumeration. You can identify what are the technology which is running onto your target server. For example, if it is running MySQL, then you can formulate MySQL based payloads to do successful SQL injection. If you identify it is running older versions of jQuery, you can formulate similar kind of XSS attack vectors and attack onto specific parameters. Next is component with known vulnerabilities. Now this is very common if our target website is running on an older version of software. Obviously, if there is a publicly available exploit, for example, Apache struts, you can directly exploit the server and get the remote code execution. If there is a Metasploit module available for that, you can use that. You can utilize that as well to attack onto the server, and this way you get easy wins. Let's move ahead to medium scope recon. Now, this is based on when our target scope is star.example.com. Now, one thing to notice over here is I have added the new steps that need to be performed in medium scope recon in green color. Rest all remains the same step that we have seen in small scope recon. All right, so now list of subdomains. We are going to identify subdomains, and we have already seen the GUI and the CLI tools that you can utilize to identify subdomains. Once you have identified subdomains, you can filter them based on status codes as well. For example, you can keep a text file of alive subdomains of 200 OK, a text file of redirected subdomains 301, 302, or a text file for 403 forbidden subdomains, and you can individually test those subdomains. Now, once you have identified those subdomains, you can also try for subdomain takeovers for dangling CNAME records. You can also identify S3 based misconfiguration, in which sometimes those buckets are kept publicly open to read and write. This way you may get easy wins. You can also try subdomain brute forcing to identify those subdomains which are not crawled or which are not identified by other security researchers. For this, you can use tools like Alt DNS, DNSGen, etc. Rest all remains the same steps that you have performed in small scope recon. Now, how to approach? So first of all, when you have a target which is star.example.com and you have identified the list of subdomains which is greater than 1000, let's say, how do you know which subdomain to test first for? So first you can filter all the subdomains based on status codes, as I have already expressed. Then you can do visual recon and do screenshotting of all the subdomains. You do not have to do it manually. There are multiple tools that you can use like Web Screenshot, Aquatone, or Ghoster. After you have taken the screenshots, filter those screenshots based on page size and title. Now, why are we doing this? Because we can sort and pick those screenshots based on sizes and analyze which ones to choose first. Why? Because those screenshots which are running, those domains which are running dynamic applications will have larger page size compared to static applications. Also, if you're filtering based on title, you know which are the subdomains which are running specific versions of softwares, and you can directly use their workflows to exploit them. For those subdomains which you have filtered on status codes, if there are 403, you can use 403 bypasser. There's a tool on GitHub which you can utilize to bypass the access control or permissions onto this subdomains using cool tricks. And this way you may get access to some of the sensitive information on the target. Next, you can filter A and C name records to identify dangling C name records, and this way you can also perform subdomain takeovers. Lastly, if they are running older software versions, use GitHub exploits or use Metasploit modules to attack those web applications. For instance, if they are running an older version of Drupal, or if they are running an older version of WordPress, or they are running Windows 7 with port 445 open, run a SMB exploit, use double pulsar, use eternal blue, use SMB ghost to attack the server. Now we are going to discuss about large scope recon. So here the scope increases drastically and we are going to target the whole organization. So here we are going to begin with identification of seeds or roots for that target. So once you have identified the parent organization and what is the ASN for that, based on that you can move ahead. After identified the ASN number, so let's say for Apple the ASN number is AS714, you have to identify the live host which are running into that huge subnet. For that you can use masscan and you can filter targets based on if they are running or not and some specific common ports. Next, you can also hunt for acquisitions which have been acquired by the target web application. For that, you can use Crunchbase to identify. Next is you can use DNS and SSL enumeration. We have already seen how to use cert.sh, which is the certificate transparency logs, to identify subdomains. You can also use search engines like Shodan, Census, and Spicy to identify a lot of useful information. Now let me just quickly show you how you can identify acquisitions using Crunchbase. So for that, you just need to go to Crunchbase. So crunchbase.com, and here you need to search for your target web application or organization. So let's say I'm going to search for Twitter. And you can see we have got the result. Now you can see the number of acquisitions are 57. So let me just click on that. And you can see this is the list of acquisitions that have been acquired by Twitter. So the first is Cross Install, Chroma Labs, Aiden, Lightwell, Fabula, Highly, etc. So let me just click on the first one. And here you can see the domain name. Now you can utilize this domain name. You can identify vulnerabilities onto that and you can report to Twitter if they consider their acquisitions in scope for their bug bounty program. That is very important. First check that if the acquisitions are in scope, then you can obviously utilize this data to identify issues in them. Now, one thing to remember, you will not have the full list of the acquisitions that is 57 over here. It just gives you a limited set of results. But nevertheless, you can try the pro version for free for 1 week. In the meantime, you can download or you can see all of the results if you want, or you can use other techniques to identify. You can use Wikipedia to search for the Twitter acquisitions, and you can hunt from there manually as well. All right, so now we are going to understand my mind map for pen testing and bug bounty hunting. So let me just quickly open my mind map. All right, so here you can see my mind map. So let me just quickly explain my mind map to you. So first of all, why mind map is important? It is important to keep you on track, so you know what are the next steps you're going to perform onto a target web application whenever you are doing pen testing or bug bounty hunting. So it keeps you on track and you know what are the next techniques, tools that you are going to perform. So it is basically kind of your methodology that you're going to follow. Now you're free to use my mind map. If you want to do any modifications, additions, you are free to do that. You can accordingly change it for yourself, what suits your needs. So let me just quickly explain this. All right, so it starts from here. Now, one thing you should keep in mind is the mind map which I have created is for large scope recon, because small scope recon and medium scope recon are the subsets of large scope. So this mind map is created keeping in mind large scope recon. So let me quickly explain this to you. So let's see from here, which is the ASN. All right, so once I have identified my target on which I'm going to hunt, I start enumerating the ASNs. For that, I see the IP blocks and subnets. For that, you can use different sources like BGP, whois.arene, reverse report, shodan, etc. All right, so what are the next steps that you're going to do? So first, take the results, run mask scan to filter live IPs or domains from the IP ranges or the subnet ranges. Then taking those results, you can run nmap to do service version detection and identify outdated services which are running onto those IP addresses. You can also use web screenshots for visual reconnaissance, and you can identify and sort based on page sizes and title. Next, you can do brand discovery acquisition, which is basically Crunchbase. You can use Crunchbase to identify acquisitions. You can also use Google Docs like trademark Google, facebook.com@2020, github.com@2020, etc. Now, I really love this technique, which is reverse whois, to identify the targeted domains for any program or the targeted domains which is related to the program. Now this turns out to be very, very helpful in large scope recon, and yes, you can make this a mandatory technique in your methodology. Now, what is reverse whois? First, we are going to do whois, take the registrar email and perform reverse whois on that. For that, you can use these different resources. My favorite one is tools.whoisxmlapi.com. Now let me just quickly show you first what we are going to do. So first, let's quickly do a whois on Facebook and hit enter. Now I'm going to get the whois information that you can see over here. So from here, let's say we are going to pick the admin email address. So I'm going to copy this, go back over here, and I'm going to go over this website. Now you need to sign up on this website. Once you have signed up, you're going to get 100 free credits. Those free credits are basically your search credits. So whenever you search for anything into the reverse whois, you utilize 1 free credit. So basically you get 100 credits. All right. So there is a basic search and advanced search that you can utilize. So I'm just going to use the basic search and hit search. Now remember, this is the admin email address that we have identified for reverse whois, and we have searched this and have identified in total 5,238 domains which have domain @fb.com into their whois records. Now there is a huge possibility that these domains or subdomains are related to Facebook. You can just export this to CSV and you can download this and you can utilize this, give it to your favorite scanner. You can manually hunt into that and do a lot of stuff. You can also identify subdomain takeovers and different issues into these domains. Now you can see over here, this is the list of domains that we have identified. Now let me just give you a very cool trick that I use. Now I do reverse whois based on name servers. Now this way I get the accurate results that I want. So I'm going to use this name server and hit search. Now this way I'm going to get those domains which are hosted on the IP ranges or the subnets of the ASN of Facebook. And this way you have seen I have identified in total 10,000 domains which contains c.ns.facebook.com into their name server records, which means those applications are genuinely 100% hosted onto those name servers. And this way I can identify issues onto these domains and report it to Facebook if the acquisitions or if the whole ASN is in their scope of the bug bounty program. You can just simply download this, scan for subdomain takeovers. If you are lucky, you may identify a valid one. Okay, so let's get back to our mind map. So the next step is content discovery, which is basically identification of top level domains and subdomains from here. So we are going to do vertical correlation and horizontal correlation of domains. Now I have already explained what is vertical correlation, which is identification of subdomains and subdomains, which is, for example, beta.google.com, alpha.beta.google.com. For that you can use different tools, as you can see over here, which is Sublister, AMAS, Aquatone, NOCPy, chaos.projectdiscovery datasets, which are very useful. Let me show you how does it looks like. Just come to this website, which is chaos.projectdiscovery.io, and you can see all the programs which are listed over here, which are on HackerOne, which are on Bugcrowd. You can filter them. You can filter based on with rewards as well, which programs pays rewards. So for instance, we are going to search for PayPal, and you can see we have identified PayPal, which has in total 9,703 subdomains, and there are new 8 subdomains which has been released. Now these datasets keep on updating, so you will have a fresh list of datasets from here. Now in case you want to download, just click on this cloud button and you will be able to download the datasets. So let me just open that for you. Now it is just unzipping, and here you can see all the datasets, which contains all the domains and subdomains which are in scope for the target program, as you can see over here. Awesome. Now this can be pretty useful, and you're not wasting much of your time in identification of subdomains and directly using the project discovery datasets. Getting back to our mind map, you can also brute force subdomains plus word list. For this, you can use tools like DNSGen, AltDNS, etc. to identify more number of subdomains. Now for horizontal correlation, you can identify those entities which are related to your target. For instance, blogger.com, youtube.com are the entities which are related to Google, and they are, yes, into the scope of their bug bounty program. Next, we can use certificate transparency to identify subdomains as from cert.sh. We have already seen that. We have also seen the automation script. You can use the Google certificate transparency, Facebook CT as well, but almost all of these are same. So you can use cert.sh for identification of subdomains for any targeted program. The next is JS enumeration, which is JavaScript enumeration. You can use these tools to identify JavaScript files and a lot of sensitive information into those JavaScript files. Tools like JS Parser, Link Finder has turned out to be very useful, and obviously you can give it a try. Next is recursive DNS enumeration, and for that you can use tools like Cyborg, DNS Recon, DNS generation. You can automate DNS gen with masscan to identify a lot of more potential subdomains. Now, I have listed a lot of tom nom nom tools in hacks which you can utilize. As you can see over here, I really like using these tools because it makes my life and recon much more simpler. For instance, you can use a tool which is Interlace. Now, Interlace is a tool which is going to make your single-threaded application multi-threaded. So this way you can run 100 instances of your Nikto or curl, and it is going to give you very quick results. So you can identify a lot of valid vulnerabilities in less number of time. You can also use tools like GF, which is basically vulnerable pattern matching, in which there are potentially vulnerable parameters matching which you can utilize on your target programs. Now, moving ahead to web application attacks which you can look for and the tools that are available on GitHub. So SSRF, you can use SSRF map, burp collaborator, nip.io. You can identify CORS, CSRF, XSS, command injection, and open redirect. And this is the list of tools that are being open sourced on GitHub, so you can utilize them. Next is subdomain takeovers. You can use can I take over XYZ, subover, subcheck, takeover, subc, etc. Different tools for identification of subdomain takeover based vulnerabilities. Now, let me just show you one thing, which is can I take over XYZ. So you can use this awesome repository to identify a lot of fingerprints for all the entries of the cloud service providers that are vulnerable and how you can take over them. Now, this hasn't been updated since quite a while. So there are a lot of new services which have been released, but which are not updated over here. So I have made a Can I Take Over XYZ version 2 project in which I have added new fingerprints. So as you can see, these are the old fingerprints from Can I Take Over XYZ, and these are the new fingerprints from Can I Take Over XYZ version 2, which you can use. For instance, Acquia, which is the cloud service, used website not found old fingerprint, but the fingerprint has been changed, and these are the new fingerprints that can be used. As you can see, these are the new cloud service providers that you can utilize, which has not been added to the older version. Now, this may turn out to be helpful for you. Just give it a try once and you can identify new fingerprints. And I believe I'm going to add new fingerprints over here all the time. And in case you identify any new fingerprint, just submit a new template over here by clicking over submitting a new template. Right, let's get back to our mind map. Next is a wayback enumeration. So you can perform a wayback enumeration to identify the crawled URLs, and you can identify potential vulnerabilities onto that. Coming on to the right hand side, which is GitHub Recon, you can identify a lot of sensitive information in GitHub Recon, in which there are sensitive hard-coded tokens, API keys, credentials, etc. And these are all the tools which you can use like GitDrop, GitHound, Trufflelog, etc. The next is visual recon. So doing screenshotting is one of the primary tasks that you should perform if you have large number of data sets or large number of subdomains. For that, you can use tools like Aquatone, Web Screenshot, Eyewitness, Ghoster, etc. CMS identification, for that you can use VULNCON built with. So these are the tools which help you identify the underlying technology or CMS that is running onto a target program. Next is using word list, which is again important. So you can use JSON headings all.txt, awesome word lists from seclist, payload all things, raft word list, or you can create your own custom word list as well. To do that, I take parameters from burp and JS files and give it to wfuzz or fuf, because this way I identify unique words for program specific targets and I get more success. Now, if we are talking about word list, let me just give you this awesome resource as well, which is wordlist.assetnote.io, which contains automatically generated word list for different CMS and different technologies. This has turned out to be very, very helpful. And yes, you can utilize this free of cost. and you can use this word list for fuzzing. Next is WAF identification. For that, you can use tools like WAF-WOOF, or you can use Nmap NEC script to identify web application firewalls as well. You can also identify virtual host on a target by using WebTool or virtual host scanner. You can identify open ports on a target using port scan by Mascan, Nmap, or Nabu. And lastly, you can perform fuzzing on targets using WFuzz, FUF, or GoBuster. I really like to use FUF because of its speed and concurrency. So yes, this was it. And if you like using this, you can use it. If you want to contribute, if you want to modify it according to your needs, you can definitely do that. Let's get back to the presentation. So now we are going to talk about methodology step by step. So the approach to open source tools for successful recons. So first, subdomain enumeration. What do I use? So there are different tools like Sublister, NocPy, Asset Finder, AMAS, SubFinder, Find Domain. I personally prefer using SubFinder. It is my personal preference. You can use any tool that you want. I have just added a screenshot in which I have shown I have identified 797 subdomains for Uber in just 1 second, 841 milliseconds, which has turned out that here. So here I have added a tip. SubFinder is the fastest of all. Remember to use different tools, combine all the results from all of them and sort. This way you're not missing any of the subdomain. You can also use Google Docs. For example, you can use these search operators like cite, in URL, in text, file type equals to XLX, PDF, CSV, JSON. You can use these fingerprints like copyright Facebook to identify domains which are related to Facebook. You can identify a lot of bug bounty programs using these docs, which is cite:*star.com, responsible disclosure, bug bounty, powered by Synac. You can identify Jira instances by this doc. You can identify sensitive information by searching for API keys. Now here's a tip. You can identify list of subdomains using Google Docs as well. For example, cite bentley.com space -www. So let me show you how does it look like. So here I'm going to go and search cite:bentley.com space -www. This way you're going to go get subdomains which does not contain www. So you can see these are all the subdomains, which is investors, status.yy, construction, ct.-it, Bentley, and communities, etc. So this way you can utilize Google Docs. Remember, be creative in using Google Docs, and this way you may identify a lot of new data and sometimes sensitive information as well. Next, reverse whois for more domains equals to last scope. I've already shown you how we can use whois and reverse whois using this web application to identify more and more domains. Tip: enumerate domains running on the IP ranges or related to the targets. This helps you identify a lot of vulnerabilities which has been missed by other security researchers. JS recon is important. So I use Wayback plus curl plus burpsuit to identify a lot of vulnerabilities. As you can see over here, I have done a Wayback URL on Shazam. As you can see, I have Shazam wayback.txt file. I'm going to grep .js from it, which is basically the JavaScript files. Then I'm going to send it to parallel, and I'm doing a curl onto it, and I'm sorting it based on 200 status codes, as you can see at the bottom. So this way I identify which are the JS files, which are the live JS files which are there onto the server, and I can identify a lot of sensitive information into it. I can also supply this to burpsuit, and burpsuit can identify sensitive information for me as well. Next is resolving subdomains based on status codes. For that, you can use tools like HTTPX or HTTP probe. As you can see, I have listed down all the subdomains into a file which is shazam.txt. So I have done cat shazam.txt pipe httpx -silent -status -code, and this way I'm able to do segregation of domains based on status codes. From here, you can pick 403 and try 403 bypasses as well. Next is enumeration of A and C name records for subdomains. For this, you can use a tool which is DNSX. As you can see into the screenshot, I have written cat shajam.txt, pipe DNSX -silent -response -cname. So this way I'm able to identify the cname records for the targeted subdomains. And you can see I have identified that these subdomains are running on Amazon AWS and Fastly. So tip, this helps in identifying dangling DNS records. Next is a fuzzing with FUF. So FUF is very useful in identifying a lot of sensitive data onto web applications. So you can use FUF on any target. So here I have used FUF on Shajam, and I've used a word list which is JSON-all.txt. So here's a tip. You can use custom word list for technology to get more successful results. You can also utilize wayback URLs, GAU or OTX for identification of a lot of URLs. As you can see, I have done wayback URLs on testphp.vulnweb.com, and then I have saved the output into a file which is wayback_testphp.txt using the command T. And you can see I have counted, and in total there are 481 number of URLs. Now using these techniques, it helps in URL gathering, which can be tested for multiple issues later on. For example, you can give it to GF as well, as you can see over here. So this is the list of the wayback URLs into the file, and I am giving it to GF XSS. Now GF will identify potentially vulnerable XSS parameters and give it to me. This is helpful in identification when you have a lot of URLs and you do not want to test it manually. GF XSS is going to help you. But remember, it does not help you all the time. As you can see into the screenshot which is given over here, if I did the cat wayback test.php.txt for GF XSS, there are only 40 potential URLs. But when I did it manually the other way, using grep =, in which I am identifying all the parameters, which has parameter =, value, and then I'm doing a egrep and removing all the clutter from here, like extensions, JPG, JPEG, GIF, CSS, TIFF, PNG, etc. So I have got a sweet list of 148 URLs. Trust me guys, I have identified a lot of issues this way, and I have missed a lot of issues using GF patterns, because sometimes developers don't use common parameters which it is going to identify. So you should try it just in case you don't want to miss bugs. Next is subdomains to mask-scan or nmap for uncommon ports. So for that, you can use the command which is nmap-sv for service version detection, -pn to ping probe, -v to get the data in verbose mode. You can give the target. I'm scanning scanme.nmap.org with a T5 scan and aggressive scan with all the ports -p-. So tip, you can identify vulnerable CMS, services which are running on other ports, and this way you can get easy exploits. If the exploits are available on GitHub, you can use that. You can also use Metasploit modules to exploit them further. Next is subdomains to JS Recon. As you can see, I am using a JS scanner tool over here to identify the JS files from the subdomains that I have gathered. And remember, JS files are gold mines because there is a lot of sensitive information like API keys, public AWS buckets, which have read and write permissions open, hard-coded passwords, etc. Next is subdomains to GitHub Recon. So you can see I have added the manual docs and the automation tools as well, which is like GitHound, GitRob, etc. You can go ahead on Bugcrowd blog and you can identify this video, which I have added the link over here, which is GitHub Recon and sensitive data exposure, and you will identify a lot of cool tricks in which you can identify sensitive information from GitHub. So for my GitHub Recon, I use a tool which is GittyLeaks. So basically I'm sending a curl request to API of GitHub for a specific repository or organization. In case in this screenshot, it is Babel, which is an organization. So I'm crawling all the repositories by that, and I'm doing some bad regexes, and I'm supplying those repository to GitLeaks. I've identified a lot of sensitive information using this technique. This tool has turned out to be useful for me and has given me a lot of sensitive tokens, API keys, passwords, etc. If you like, you can also give it a try. It is totally open source. Next is Git Docker, which is the biggest Dark database. So have a look at Git Docker because it contains a lot of useful docs that you can utilize to identify sensitive information from GitHub. Next is subdomain datasets that you can utilize from chaos.projectdiscovery.io, which I've already explained. But guys, there is a limitation over here. If you want all those subdomains from your terminal, then you cannot do that. For that, you need an API key. Obviously, the API key is free to use, but you need to apply for that. And maybe it may take weeks to months to get that free API key. Do not worry, we have the solution over here. So I identified how you can enumerate and extract subdomain datasets without an API key from Chaos Project Discovery datasets. So I have made a video on that on YouTube. You can go ahead and watch it, in which I have downloaded all the subdomains for all the targeted programs of Buckroad HackerOne from the Chaos Project Discovery datasets, and you can utilize those datasets to identify further vulnerabilities. One of the vulnerability you can identify, for example, is subdomain takeovers. Next, you can also use subdomain enumeration with FUF. So I have again made a video of how you can use FUF to identify subdomains which may be missed by other security researchers. You can use an awesome tool which is Nuclei for template based matching. As you can see, you can supply the domains or subdomains into a file. As you can see, cat testphp1.txt, supply it to Nuclei, give the templates with -t. You can set the concurrency by -c100. You can also filter the severity based on high, medium, critical, etc. Tip over here is you can easily find low hanging fruits with Nuclei. It can also be added to cron and can be used as a test framework. Next is some of the cool burp tricks. Now, these are the tricks that I use into my day-to-day life, and I have got a lot of success. Now, if you want to import large number of subdomains first, and second, large number of URLs for testing into burp, you can utilize this technique. So once you have identified a large number of subdomains and you want to run a passive scanner or active scanner onto those subdomains for identification of S3 buckets open or any sensitive information, you can just use the command below, which is cat testphp-wayback.txt parallel, and I'm sending curl request to the proxy, as you can see over there, which is running on port 8081. Remember, you should be running the same port on your burp suite, and this way you can send all your subdomains to burp suite and you can further start your scanning. Similarly, you can use all the URLs from Wayback URLs or Wayback enumeration or GAU, and you can send that for testing to burp suite as well. Now, tip over here is it is helpful in using Wayback URLs to burp. It is quicker, automatically spidered URLs ready to use for you. This way you're not spidering everything from scratch using burp. If you want some cool tricks about burp, then you can just go onto the link on OWASP where you can identify the burp suite ninja tricks article. It is very, very useful, and it shows some cool tricks to use burp as well as some of the extensions that you can use to increase your productivity, which can be helpful in using burp suite more effectively. Now, this is a lesser known trick. Burp suite, when you are performing audit or you are performing scans, it only uses insertion points, which is 30 by default. So you can increase it to 100, which means into one of your requests that you are sending, it only replaces 30 points and 30 insertion points. And if there are more insertion points, it does not replace the payloads over there. So this way you may be missing some of the issues. So you can increase it to 100, and this way a lot of your parameters will be tested. Onto the right hand side, you can see the values for the constant fields, which is header, parameter name, body, URL, etc., where the values are being replaced. Now, bug bounty docs. So you can just go to the GitHub repository and you can identify bug bounty docs, which you can use to identify some of the private running bug bounty programs. Remember, these bug bounty programs are not listed on platforms like Bugcrowd, Synack, Integrity, or Cobalt. These are the private running bug bounty programs. So you need to send a report to them. So before you send a report to them, please read the scope of whatever subdomains or domains are in scope and what are the specific vulnerabilities that they want. And you can directly report in them. Next is bug bounty targets data. So you can go onto this GitHub repository. It fetches all the fresh target data from HackerOne, Bugcrowd, and Integrity. So you can get a cool, sweet list of all the targets over here. You can simply run this into your cron job as well. Get the list of new subdomains or domains that have been added into scope, and you can start hunting on that. Next is the Project Sonar datasets that you can utilize. It is one of the very good resource, but I see a lot of less people use this datasets. It can be used. It contains A records, AAA records, TXT records, MX records, etc. You can use this to identify CNAME records, and you can do mass subdomain takeover hunting, or you can identify a lot of subdomains for a target program as well. There are many GitHub projects that you can use which are helpful in parsing the datasets. Next is using VPS plus screen command. So when you're running onto a VPS, learn to use the command which is screen. So this way you can run the task and leave them running overnight with screen command on a VPS. So let me show you how does it looks like. So over here, let me clear the screen. Okay, so let me first run a command which is screen and hit enter. Now just hit enter, and now we are into one of the screen. So let me just ping Google, and you can see I have started pinging Google right now. I will not close this task and assume I am logged in into my VPS, and now let's say I want to shut down my computer or I have to do some other work. You can just detach the screen. Use Control A and D, and this way you can detach the screen. As you can see, it says detached. Now let's say I got busy or I want to go to sleep. I can close my terminal. I can again start my terminal, go back to the screen in the morning. For that you need to type screen-ls. So now you just need to type the command which is screen-ls, and you can see a screen which was detached. You can go back to the screen by typing screen-r, which is reattached to 4201, and hit enter, and you can see our task is still running over there. A very good trick that you can use to scan services, or you can run fuzzing onto your VPS overnight, come back in the morning and check your screen, whatever has been happened. You can also use different tools like Slackcat to import your output results to Slack or Telegram as well. So a question which has been asked to me multiple times, do I use a VPS? And if yes, what do I do on that? So yes, I use a VPS. I use around 4 to 5 VPS for running my fuzzing tasks. So basically I do only 3 tasks on my VPS. Apart from this, I do not do anything else. The first is subdomain enumeration and brute force. I do extensive subdomain enumeration and brute forcing to identify any new subdomains or many new vertical correlation subdomains. I also keep on brute forcing new list of subdomains which are not being identified by others. Next, I do fuzzing for sensitive data exposure or endpoints using FUF. So I create my custom word list and I run them on all the targeted programs, all the targeted subdomains. Fuzzing is the most important step that I do on my VPS. And the last one is mass subdomain takeovers. So I try to do subdomain takeovers for all the subdomains that I have identified. So this is some of the automation work that I do on VPS. Apart from this, most of the things that I do is manual. All right, so this is it for this talk. Thank you so much. There are a lot of things that I want to talk to you guys, but due to time restrictions and limitations, I cannot. But in case you have any doubts or if you want to talk to me, you can connect to me at these social media handles. I am available on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, or you can also watch some of the useful content that I regularly post on YouTube channel. Yes, so I have an announcement that I need to make before winding up. So it is the internship announcement. So I got an overwhelming response into the October, November, and December internship program that was running, and successfully students have passed that internship. So it was awesome. Now we are back again with the internship in January 2021. You can apply for this internship. So what you're going to learn into this internship, basically, it is Cube Academy courses, VMware hands-on labs for vSphere, cloud, and networking. The academic tenure is going to be from 18th January to March 26. Now, to participate into this internship, you just need to fill this simple Google form. Once you do complete the internship, you're going to get a certificate of completion of the internship, which you can utilize to claim CPE credits if you're going ahead for any universities or any studies abroad or anywhere. Now remember, this is going to be a free internship. We do not charge anything from anywhere. Neither do we pay anything to anyone. This internship is basically an initiative by Hacktify community, which is fiscally sponsored by Virtually Testing. So I hope every one of you takes part into the internship and gets benefit out of it. All right, so thank you so much for giving your time, having me, and listening to me. You can connect to me at my social media handles anytime if you want to talk to me or if you have any doubts. Till then, thank you so much. Happy hacking.
Welcome to Cyber Mayhem. The match will begin in 3, 2, 1. Flags have been planted. Your team has owned a user flag. Your team has cloned a machine. Warning, your team is losing availability points.
Are you looking to take the next step in your cybersecurity career or open the door to cybersecurity from other areas in IT? Security Plus is the leading global certification that proves you have the core cybersecurity skills to advance your career. Nearly 600,000 IT pros have earned CompTIA Security Plus. Once you have Security Plus, the #1 core cybersecurity certification on the market, you can problem solve a wider variety of today's complex security issues. Prepare yourself with hands-on coverage of the latest trends and techniques. You'll learn the 5 areas of security, including attacks, threats, and vulnerabilities, architecture and design, implementation, operations and incident response, and GRC. Security Plus has become the gold standard for corporations and governments worldwide. For years, it has been the primary choice for fulfilling U.S. Department of Defense 8140-8570 compliance. Security Plus has demonstrated its ability to make sure you have the right foundation for your cyber career. Because Security Plus has helped organizations for years, it's no wonder that more and more people in various job roles are turning to Security Plus to enrich their security skill set. Study with the official CompTIA content exclusively developed for Security Plus and hit the ground running with the best cybersecurity certification on the market. Prepare yourself to address today's threats as well as anticipate the next attack. Head on over to comptia.org/security to learn more and secure your future.
Well, that was amazing. Now let's heat up the level because it's time for Allie Melan, who will be speaking on turning up the heat with cybercrime and law enforcement.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Turning Up the Heat with Cybercrime and Law Enforcement. My name is Allie Melan. I'm a security strategist in the Office of the CSO at Cyberreason. I am a computer engineer by training and have spent the past decade in various tech, engineering, and consultancy roles. I now work at Cyberreason working on product and infrastructure security, and I'm very excited to be here with you today. So let's dive in. Today, we're going to be talking about the difference between cybercriminals and hackers. Before really talking about how frequent cybercrime really is, the trends that we're seeing with cybercrime, and ultimately cybercriminal arrests. And in there, we're going to talk about the troubles with attribution and why it's so difficult to actually find and then arrest and charge cybercriminals. So to start, I want to ask, what's the difference between hackers and cybercriminals? Because they're very often used interchangeably. But in reality, what's important to note is that hacking is not a crime. This is actually taken from a really great organization that I am a part of called Hacking is Not a Crime, where we're trying to push the industry to stop using terms like hacking to indicate malicious behavior. Because hacking can be any number of activities, and we're going to see that in the next slide. It doesn't mean the criminal activities that we often now associate with hacking. Hacking actually has a long and very positive history. So when I talk about hacking, we're talking about people who are not criminals. They're creative, they're very curious, and they're so smart, super smart. I consider myself a hacker. And really their motivation is about testing boundaries. It's about making something better. about looking at things in a creative way. And really, when it comes to security, it's about making security stronger. This is why we red team. This is why this is so important, is because in order to make something at its best, we need to identify its weak points. And the only way we can do that is by taking on the attacker mindset and really having a curiosity about how something works, how we can break it, and how we can fix it. So when we're talking about hackers and what malware they're choosing to use, I try to break this up into impact, popularity, and complexity. Because typically things like nation state attacks, cyber criminal attacks, hacking groups, they fall into one of these three categories, or they kind of have a mix of categories. So when we're talking about hackers, in reality, they don't really care whether it is high impact or whether it's popular or whether it's complex. They're looking to find a way to break something so that they can help fix it and make it better, just like I've been saying. And so whether or not it's popular, whether or not it has a high impact, unless you're trying to speak at a place like Black Hat, it doesn't matter so much. It's just about the actual act of really trying to understand something more completely and find a creative way to achieve a solution. On the other hand, cyber criminals are criminals. They are people who are looking to make money, gain some type of influence, gain power. They're typically trying to avoid being known, at least by their real names, so they can avoid things like attribution. And they tend to be really just looking for personal gain and damage. These are criminals through and through. And it's important that we understand them because they offer a real threat, especially to the most vulnerable among us. And when we think about it, what cyber criminals are really looking for in malware is something that's really high impact with regards to monetary gain. They want to make money, and they want to make a lot of money as easily as possible and with as minimal risk as possible. So typically they're looking at something that's low complexity. It might be commoditized. They might be paying for it, especially if they're not technical, as malware as a service or ransomware as a service in some cases. And there tends to be a really low risk of getting caught because ultimately they're just looking to make some cash. And so when we think about where cyber criminals fall in this spectrum, they really want the most bang for their buck. They want things that aren't really complex, but they have the highest impact. And inevitably, they're using the more popular existing technology, existing malware, because it's easier to use and it can have a really worthwhile result when it comes to stealing money from individuals. So how frequent is it? Is this something that we really need to worry about? And for those of you who may not know, it's very frequent. The ability to automate, the ability to use things like malware as a service has made it so easy for attackers to use this method and really go for that spray and pray, where they just try to automate away any of the effort that they would need to put into these attacks and hope to just gain some money from wherever possible. And because of that, an average of 300,000 cybercrime related complaints are actually received each year by the FBI. Cybercrime does not discriminate. These people are looking to get money from whoever they can get it from. But what's worse is that the most popular victims of cybercrime are actually against seniors over the age of 60. This bothers me a lot, to be honest, because I think that it's really taking advantage of people who are either trying to use the internet and are just from a different generation and not used to it and really willing to try something different and to try to adapt with the times. And they're being taken advantage of by people like cyber criminals. And ultimately, in the last year, 62,000 victims over the age of 60 reported a total of $649 million of losses due to cybercrime. So it's these huge numbers, and it's just horrifying to see these people who are being taken advantage of in this way. So it's something to think about when you're thinking about cybercrime, not just from your own mindset of a consumer and a user, but also from your parents, from your grandparents, from your great-grandparents, if you have a very robust family. I know that I think about my grandfather a lot with regards to this because he is 92 and uses his own computer and iPad and phone, and I'm very proud of him, but I'm also very nervous to see what cyber criminals might do to take advantage of him. Next, we're going to talk about some trends that we're seeing with cybercrime, especially in this past year. And I realize that it's been a little bit different because of the pandemic and because of COVID-19, that we may see the trends, and we'll see this later on with predictions, are a bit different than you would expect just because we are all at home. We're all really attached to our mobile devices and our laptops more than ever to communicate, to work, for everything. So this is going to be it'll be interesting to see how this changes the dynamic for cyber criminals and what they choose to target. The trends that we're seeing, of course, come back to cryptocurrency. Really, cryptocurrency is very convenient for attackers. They're able to mostly avoid attribution by using cryptocurrency as opposed to just wire transfers. So it's a great way to not only make sure that the criminals get paid, but also to ask for money for any ransomware attacks and to ultimately also steal from cryptocurrency wallets. So it's really important to note that as cryptocurrency continues to gain traction in the regular markets, it's also gaining traction in the criminal underground. Phishing, of course, continues to be the #1 vector for attacks. I think it's 9 out of 10 security incidents are brought on by phishing attacks. So it's important to know that this is still an issue, and further, it's an issue across different devices as well. This is not just limited to an email that you get on your laptop, although that still remains very effective. It's also about targeting things like mobile devices, getting a text message that has a link in it that says, oh, your personal photos are on here. If you click on that, they probably don't have your personal photos. It's probably just malware, and they're looking to get access to your phone. So it's really important to note that while these sources, they're remaining and targeting these more traditional devices, they're also expanding to things like mobile devices, especially with nation state attacks. What we're going to continue to see is that real nation state bleed, where these tools that nation states are using start to get adopted by cyber criminals and by people who may not have the sophistication or the team to actually support the development of these tools. Because ultimately, it's beneficial for nation state attackers to have other people have access to these tools so they too can dodge attribution. Because if you're all using the same tools, how do you know you can say it's that specific group? Whereas if you're a nation state and everyone knows you use this one tool set, they're going to be able to attribute more attacks to you. Next is denial of service. This comes in a variety of forms. There's denial of service for hire, where cyber criminals will actually get hired by nation states and other threat actors in order to perform denial of service attacks. This is a great way for the nation states to avoid attribution again. In addition, we're also thinking about attacks like, we won't stop attacking you until you pay us. And so they disrupt business operations to the extent that the businesses actually need to pay them in order to get the attack to stop. That is very closely related to the ransomware attacks that we're frequently seeing. Ransomware, we've obviously seen a dramatic uptick in this past year, especially when it comes to hospitals, which is, again, so frustrating to me because it's such a horrific target, especially right now, given the pandemic. We have seen a ton of ransomware attacks on hospitals that have taken them down for a significant amount of time. Even in Germany, we saw a woman die because she couldn't get the care she needed at the hospital that was closest to her because it was hit with a ransomware attack. So she had to go to a hospital that was an hour away, and ultimately on the way there, she died. It's these type of attacks that, while from a cyber criminal's perspective, they may be thinking, oh, I'm not hurting anyone, I'm just out to get some money. They can really hurt people and ultimately kill people, and they have. So it's important that we take things like these ransomware attacks seriously and look for ways to turn this commoditized malware and really develop prevention capabilities in such a way that we can stop it. And I want to give an example of this ransomware because it's had an interesting transition over the past few years. You know, we went from this belief that ransomware was going to die out and we weren't going to see it anymore. And now we've had this huge uptick. So I want to give you guys an example of how ransomware has evolved and why it's really come back into play for a lot of cyber criminals. So to start, let's just talk about single stage ransomware. This is the traditional ransomware that we're very used to, that people thought was going to die out. And we've seen it many, many times. Ultimately, the goal is to infiltrate, potentially establish persistence, and then immediately detonate the ransomware. Then shortly after, the actual user is expected to pay it. And this is still effective with some organizations. And it's important to note that it's more effective than we may think, because a lot of times people who are working from home, they may get hit with ransomware or other types of malware, and they're embarrassed. They don't want to tell their company that they've potentially put the organization at risk. And so they will just pay the ransom, make it go away, and pretend like nothing happened. And while I can understand not wanting to feel attacked by your team, at the same time, this means that we're paying the cyber criminals to continue these attacks. And further, we're not letting the organization know that there's a hole in their security in some place, whether it's just that individual user or it's across users. So especially with lower ransom payments, this can come into play a lot with these individuals at home who get their devices hit with ransomware, and then they just say, okay, it's $100, I'm just going to pay it. And cyber criminals can make a lot of money that way. But there's also a second way and a more developed form of ransomware that I want to talk about, which is multi-stage ransomware. Now, in this instance, a ransom is still requested. However, there's a bit more going on under the hood. So attackers are able to gain initial access, typically through a phishing attack, establish persistence, and then they do not detonate the ransomware. They actually go through the process of stealing as much data, as many credentials as possible. They move laterally to other devices, whether it's on the enterprise network or actually by pretending to be the individual on their own personal laptop and connecting with other laptops, that type of thing, even connecting to mobile devices. They do all of this for days, weeks, months, however long the attacker feels comfortable doing it. And then they ultimately detonate the ransomware. But the thing is, after they detonate the ransomware, they will ultimately get the ransom payment. And then they still have the user's data, and they can either sell that data or use it as blackmail and say to the individual who may have paid the ransom, it's all well and good that you paid the ransom, but I still have all your data and I'm going to publish it online if you don't pay me more. So it's important to note that ransomware is growing more sophisticated and can have a much bigger impact than we thought. And even this is getting commoditized. Another interesting thing that attackers are looking to do is actually not just make the person pay, but if they know an individual has restored from backups and not paid the ransom, that's when they'll hit them with the blackmail and threatening to sell their data. I want to take you through a step-by-step example of a ransomware operation. This is something that our Cyber Reason Nocturnus team found. So at the organization I work for, we have an elite research team. All they do is spend their time doing research into the latest and greatest malware that they've been able to find. It's really important for us for a couple of reasons. It helps us connect to the community. It also helps us make sure that our security is cutting edge. That's why it's so critical. And this team does some amazing work. And so I want to share one of those with you today called Anchor. Now, a little bit about Anchor. It is a hacking operation that's specifically targeting financial services organizations. And it's really looking to get point of sale system information. So really any financial information it can gather. And this attack was specifically targeting the US and Europe. This was in right around December of 2019. So what's interesting about this attack is that it starts with a phishing email, of course. It's able to use that to download TrickBot and actually starts to perform some reconnaissance activity, connect to the attacker's C2. It continues these reconnaissance activities to find things like location information, the operating system version, any potential high-value targets that may be on that device. And then the attacker is actually able to go in and do some interactive hacking. This includes things like accessing the domain controller, moving laterally to access other devices that are on the network, and actually looking through and seeing whether those devices are high-value targets. It's also able to implant a series of other different types of malware so that it can actually gain even more data, gain even more financial information, credentials, whatever it wants. Once it's gathered that, it starts to exfiltrate information from things like Internet Explorer, KeePass, FileZilla, OpenSSH, and OpenVPN. Once it's done all of that exfiltrating, it mass deploys ransomware on the highest value targets that it is able to find. So this is a really classic example of what I was just talking about with multi-stage ransomware. And it's important to note that this type of attack can have a huge impact. So now that we've talked about these examples, I want to talk about the law enforcement side a little bit and why attribution and why prosecution of these cases is so challenging. And the answer, as simple as it may be, is that attribution is hard. So attribution is really all about identifying the source of a cyber attack. And it's really complicated and difficult because there's no physical act to observe, and attackers can really use digital tools to cover their tracks. Apologies. A great example of this is the Sony hack. Now, in 2014, the Obama administration actually blamed the attack on North Korea, and many agreed with that, and there was consensus around that. However, there was some very prominent skepticism. The issue was, of course, Obama had more information than was directly released to the public. And ultimately, what led them to this conclusion that the majority of the public did not know is that the US really had the direct ability to spy on North Korean internet activity before and during the attack on Sony. So they were able to see all of this work that North Korea was doing to actually perpetrate this attack. Now, that's very privileged information that the US government is able to gather because they're already spying on this country. And they already know that there's a potential threat from this country. And this is at the nation state level, too. This is not just some cyber criminal in this country. This is the country of North Korea attacking the United States. So without this information, there was real uncertainty over how they could properly attribute this attack. And what's important to note here is that most organizations are not going to have this ability in place. They're not monitoring every cyber criminal in the country. They don't know every cyber criminal in the world, and they're unable to actually find a way to attribute an attack to them. So even in the best of cases, it comes with some skepticism, and it really requires a level of information that you're just not going to have for the average cyber criminal. I want to go over two example arrests. I find these two very interesting because it's two successful cases to an extent. The first one I want to talk about is actually the Coalfire Red team. So some of you may know about this already. This happened on September 11th in 2019, and it was actually a team who was supposed to be there legitimately. The state of Iowa hired the Coalfire team to actually test courthouse security. And, there was a question whether the state judicial system actually had the right to authorize this pen test for the courthouse, since it was owned and operated by the county. But the red team was not aware of that at the time. So the team did their job and gained access to the judicial buildings through an open door during normal business hours. They also came back a little later in the evening, shortly after midnight, and intentionally tripped the alarm in order to test the actual security response that would happen. Now, law enforcement responded, and even though the red team had a letter that authorized their work from the Iowa State Judicial Branch, they were still arrested and charged. So this is, for anyone who is a red teamer or a pen tester or is a hacker, this is horrific because they did nothing wrong. They were paid to do this and they were arrested for it and had to go through a terrible legal battle and ultimately a lot of public speculation. And it just sounds absolutely terrible just when you're doing your job. But it also shows a bit of I think the proper term here is culture clash between expectations in the security industry and expectations from the larger country and from people who aren't in the security industry. Because here you have two people that, from the security standpoint, are doing something completely legitimate and very beneficial. This can save a lot of organizations from being successfully breached. But from law enforcement's perspective, they just see two guys who are trying to break into a courthouse. And so it's even when they are able to present legitimate paperwork. So it's very challenging. This was a very unfortunate incident and is kind of, it highlights one of the more scary stories about actually doing your job as a red teamer and people not understanding the difference between hackers and criminals. The second example I want to cover is actually a criminal, actually a criminal gang called Goznim. And so during the course of their operations, they actually were a group of over 10 people, several of which were ultimately charged. And they were able to attack 47,000 machines in the US and Canada in order to gain financial information. Over the course of just a few days, they were able to steal $4 million from more than 24 different American and Canadian banks. They even targeted organizations like nonprofits, including one that worked with disabled children. And they also targeted places like this German distributor of neurosurgical and medical equipment. This organization lost nearly $100,000 because of this attack. So ultimately, again, we're back to that attacking some of the most vulnerable among us and taking advantage of them. But what's interesting about this case to me is that it was a global case and actually involved extradition. The Attorney General at the time said, "I stated that borderless cybercrime necessitates a borderless response." And I want to highlight this because most of the attackers were in Eastern Europe and they were attacking the United States and Canada. And several of them were extradited back to the US from places like Georgia in order to be put on trial and ultimately charged. So while extradition does happen in some cases in the United States and other countries, ultimately what I find interesting about this is typically extradition is done when an attack has been perpetrated on one of these countries, and usually that involves some actual visit to these countries to actually perpetrate that attack in some capacity. But in this instance, these people may have never visited the United States or Canada. They just targeted the United States and Canada, and they were still able to be shuttled to the United States for prosecution. So from my point of view, this really highlights how cyber attacks are changing the way that we think about investigations, about criminals, about really the global perspective on crime and how we need to coordinate, even with different countries, to address these cyber criminals. But it really does make attribution even more important, because when we're thinking about these attackers, we need to be able to identify whether these attacks are backed by that nation. Now, in this case, this was a cyber criminal gang, and they were not backed by Georgia, for instance, and they had individuals across much of Eastern Europe. So it wasn't, even though it wasn't backed by a particular group, it had a profound impact on many of the organizations in the United States and Canada. And they need to be able to properly attribute that, at least down to the, is this a cyber criminal or is this a nation state attack, so that they can really work with these countries to make sure that these people are prosecuted. So it's an interesting and very different issue than perhaps traditional crime, where someone carries out a crime in the United States and then they go back to their home country and you have to figure out extradition that way. So I think this is interesting because it's showing that the internet has not only been able to open up communication across these different countries, but we're now seeing cybersecurity opening up communication between law enforcement and between nations over the course of actually identifying criminals and prosecuting them on a global scale. To leave things off, I want to talk about some predictions for the next year, what we're thinking we're going to be seeing, especially when it comes to cyber criminals. And I want to start by saying we're going to see them targeting that divide between remote and office work. Of course, we'll see more phishing attacks. Undoubtedly, we'll see more ransomware attacks, most likely ones that are targeting people who are most likely to pay. A lot of ransomware as a service, I anticipate. And also we'll continue to see more denial of service for hire. Pretty much anything that is commercialized that cyber criminals can make money off of, they're going to continue, and there's going to be an uptick in it. Because especially right now, they're very limited to the avenues that they can take. It really is, we're all stuck at home, we're all stuck inside, and they have to capitalize on that situation in order to make money. We also definitely expect that these ransomware attacks will continue to take the approach of leave no money behind and exfiltrate as much data as possible so that they can make even more money. So these are just a few predictions for the new year. And it will be interesting to see how, with the advent of the vaccine, and I'm sure that there will be vaccine-related phishing used frequently, but how this changes given what a tumultuous new year we will most likely be having. I want to thank you so much for coming to this talk. I had a great time speaking to you today. And if you have any questions, you can feel free to reach out to me. I'm on Twitter at HackerBella. So thank you guys so much.
Welcome to Cyber Mayhem. The match will begin in 3, 2, 1. Flags have been planted. Your team has owned a user flag. Your team has cloned a machine. Warning, your team is losing availability points.
Are you looking to take the next step in your cybersecurity career or open the door to cybersecurity from other areas in IT? Security Plus is the leading global certification that proves you have the core cybersecurity skills to advance your career. Nearly 600,000 IT pros have earned CompTIA Security Plus. Once you have Security Plus, the #1 core cybersecurity certification on the market, you can problem solve a wider variety of today's complex security issues. Prepare yourself with hands-on coverage of the latest trends and techniques. You'll learn the 5 areas of security, including attacks, threats, and vulnerabilities, architecture and design, implementation, operations and incident response, and GRC. Security Plus has become the gold standard for corporations and governments worldwide. For years, it has been the primary choice for fulfilling U.S. Department of Defense 8140-8570 compliance. Security Plus has demonstrated its ability to make sure you have the right foundation for your cyber career. Because Security Plus has helped organizations for years, it's no wonder that more and more people in various job roles are turning to Security Plus to enrich their security skill set. Study with the official CompTIA content exclusively developed for Security Plus and hit the ground running with the best cybersecurity certification on the market. Prepare yourself to address today's threats as well as anticipate the next attack. Head on over to comptia.org/security to learn more and secure your future.
Our next speaker, Tanoy Bose, who will enlighten your minds with a talk on Fuzzing Windows with Frida, the caveman style.
Hello everyone. Today we're going to be talking about fuzzing Windows application with Frida, and we'll be looking at the caveman style. I am Tanoy Bose at Tanoy Bose on Twitter. I am a security researcher at Zenith Labs. I am also a CTF player and a team noob at the CTF team called ADT VULNCON. Shout out to those folks. Uh, I've won a few CTFs, got a few CVEs, and you want to see more of my work, it's available on my website. So let's go dive on to the presentation. The outline or the agenda of this presentation is basically going to be Frida for fuzzing. We are not going to cover much about Frida. We're not going to cover much about fuzzing, but we're going to cover adequate enough on how to use Frida for fuzzing. It would require you to prior know some bits of software fuzzing or usage of Frida, or you can go back and refer to what is Frida and look up fuzzing post the talk. We are not going to delve into crash analysis or exploit development as well, and we're going to look at and we're going to instrument on specific vulnerability, that is CV 2017-15-22-1. Okay. Firstly, we would have to justify the statement, why are we using Frida for fuzzing? The first reason, the primary reason that almost in every location, when someone asks you why Frida, you would find one answer: it's cross-platform. As a security researcher, sometimes I do not stick onto one same topic. I'm sorry, as a hacker, I do not stick onto one same topic all the time. Sometimes I go on to test Mac OS, sometimes I go on to test iOS, Sometimes I go on to test Linux. Sometimes I go on to test Android, Windows, and uh, and sometimes ARM, sometimes Intel platforms. Frida has a binary that can hook on to each one of these platforms. It is very easy to script. It uses JavaScript APIs and it has a Python interface with it. I mean, that should be enough reason. Frida also has lots of Frida tools or Frida gadgets, a bunch of add ons, available scripts, code share where you can share your snippets with the open source community. And like I said before, hooking into the process feature of Frida is what makes it special for using for fuzzing so that we can target specific functions and we can perform in memory fuzzing. Where to use Frida? Alright, now that we know why we want to use, where we want to use is primarily when you for fuzzing is when you have closed source applications. Open source applications already have amazing implementation like AFL, libfuzzer, and you don't want to use Frida for all of them. You can, but you don't want to. It is multi-platform research environment, so if you want to basically do dynamic testing on your Android phone at the same time fuzzing on your Windows application, you can perform it from one centralized system into all these platforms. You can perform targeted fuzzing. It can hook onto the process and you can target a specific function. We are not looking at coverage guided fuzzing. It is possible using something called as Frida AFL to basically do a coverage guided fuzzing with Frida as well. However, in our task, we are not planning to implement coverage guided fuzzing, and in our caveman style or caveman's logic, we are looking to target specific function. Talking about caveman's logic, what is caveman's logic? Like a caveman, for feeding himself, he will want to hunt down animals. He has to target a specific animal, and this is what is the most important requirement of you as a attacker or a hacker or a security researcher to basically identify your target. You need to be not only specific about which program you want to fuzz, you also need to be accurate to the point you target a specific function that you want to fuzz. How do you figure out which function you want to fuzz or which mutation you want to use to fuzz the application? You do a little research on that application. If there are software vulnerabilities that are reported, or basic stack overflows that have been reported, it's most probably you have missed out the opportunity to implement a simple append fuzzer, appending A's to the inputs for kind of a fuzzer. And if you want to do something more complicated, you can look at the other mutation techniques on the same application. If it's not been reported, if it's not come out, you can basically target the specific function. And one very good example of this is Google Chromium's page where they maintain how much coverage of which function has been covered by Google's fuzzing. And you can basically target those functions that have not yet been covered in your fuzzing logic. Don't overcomplicate things. Yeah, it's a good technique to just add A's to the buffer. It's just plain enough. Most of the times you can overflow a stack by just adding a bunch of A's. Sometimes you need to use other mutation techniques, and for that you would need to understand what are the different types of mutation techniques. Mutation techniques are nothing but the logic that you will use in your fuzzer. Mutation techniques examples, amazing set of examples with its code is available open source in CertFirst repository. So we are not going to try coverage guided, or we're not going to try any other logic. So at this point of time, we're not going to be looking at the different types of mutators, but definitely check out the different type of mutators that you could utilize for doing your fuzzing. Okay, now the very first attempt that we are going to do is basically on CloudMe Sync 1.11.2 buffer overflow. This CV, we will light a simple socket fuzzer to identify a crash point. This is probably the most basic example that you can get. And the first target with a caveman's logic without using Frida would be to identify your target. The target here is a network target, and you are looking at it run on port 8888. So what you do is you craft a Python packet using sockets. You can basically connect to port 8888 and you can send some data. Once you are able to send this data, you basically write a fuzzer to basically append A's to this data that you're sending, probably till 5,000 or 10,000, 15,000, whatever you will, and see at a point where you want to end, and you get a crash. Okay, demo 1 for this fuzzer, simple fuzzer, will be as you can see here, I use an application called Winstrument to instrument my target. This is a very useful application for instrumenting on Windows. It also utilizes Frida on the back end. And I'm going to skip the part where I'm writing the logic. But as we already saw, what's the logic? It's about sending some data. So, okay. So as you can see over here, I've basically connected to this server on port 8888, and I'm sending bunch of A's till the time a crash is caught. And once crash is caught, I get the count of data that was required to crash, or basically the overflow point or the crash point that's allowed to crash. And now you can see when I run this fuzzer, it works up its way to a point where the program suddenly shut down, and you can see there's no connection that could be established, and your program is terminated because the program crashed. This is a very simple fuzzer, basic logic, not something very complicated. But basically, you have identified a vulnerability that was not very long ago in 2018, and these kind of components still exist. All right. So let's move on to the real topic, Frida. And how do we fuzz using Frida? Where do we utilize Frida? Why am I using Winstrument and utilities like Winstrument to instrument it? Where does this help me? Okay. The first and foremost thing is, when I say Frida can be used for centralized testing kind of environment, like me, I'm a very big Arch Linux user. And for me, I have a multiple environment ecosystem which I'm connected to all the time with a internetworked zero-tier network. Now all I need to do is, in every one of these systems, I need to simply just run Frida server that runs as an agent on all the machines, and I can then connect with the Frida tool or gadget or whatever directly onto those IPs over the zero-tier network. Looking on to hooking with Frida. So first, let's understand what exactly is hooking. Okay. When you have a program with its main arguments and it has a subroutine call, what happens is the program calls with its subarguments to the subroutine call, and the function operates its logic and returns a value. When you are hooking, however, what happens is your program remains the same, the subfunction remains the same. What you get additionally is a hook. What happens is the program, when it calls for this function, it accesses the hook. The hooks access in turn the arguments that are available with this function call. This hooks performs custom logic that you define inside the hook. This hook may call the subfunction if it wants to. It can get back return itself the value of the subfunction, and then it returns a custom value back to the main function. Let's look at a hooking example. In this case, a simple C program that I have written, as you can see here, is that we are basically trying to go to this VULNCON function and we are trying to print this congrats value. However, the test flag will need to be 1. That means the return needs to be 1, and return 1 would only happen when the input is not given 0. Here you see the input is given 0. When you compile this program, what would be required when you compile this program is, what you can see is, when you compile this program and open this over radar 2, you can basically call the symbols, and you will be able to see vulcon symbol present. Vulcon is a symbol for the function vulcon. Okay, now how do we stage it with Frida? Staging with Frida is basically, in this example, is about writing a simple Python script that is going to define an on message function, and it also defines a JavaScript within it. Now what we do is we stage a launch process. Pardon my spelling mistakes over here. I will occur the problems while launching this in the later stage. All right. So what we do is we launch a process and get the PID of the process by using frida.spawn, and frida.spawn returns the PID, process ID, and we attach a Frida session to this process ID, and now we can load a script that we write, a custom script within the Python wrapper, and on the application, and we basically stage the application. Okay, so okay. Now we already saw the example where we were able to extract the symbol from a radar 2, radar A2 R2 reversing. Here what we do is try to extract the same symbol, the function address, where exactly vulcon function is located from Frida. Okay, we have our staging script. What we do right now is we define a variable for a vulcon address, and we then utilize a module within Frida, which is called module.enumerate symbols sync, and we define the process name in it. We then pass it on a for each function symbol where we are iterating through the entire list of symbols coming out from this program, simple program. This is directly done, and then we build a switch case where the symbol name is what we pick. Symbol name requires to be, in this case, vulcon, so we build a case where the symbol name is vulcon, and we then define vulcon address to be equal to the symbol's address. This would give us the address value of vulcon function, which we can now print on our page. Like I said, I made a few spelling mistakes and I have to correct them. And in this location, you can see when we launch this Python program, it prints vulcon address with the address with it. And however, you would also see the message printed for it was still NOOB, and we needed to print congrats with it. So what we do is we learn on what exactly is an interceptor. Interceptor is going to help us solve this specific challenge. What an interceptor does is, you got the main gist of the program. Main function is retrieving a flag by calling vulcon and passing the variable passing the value 0. And once the variable is returned, this variable is checked. Whatever variable that we want, whatever value that we want to check it against. what we do is we basically remove this connection from main function to vulncon, and we go on to a proxy function called vulncon function handler. What would happen now is that vulncon 0, when the main function calls vulncon 0, it would be passed to the hooked function, that is vulncon function handler, which then performs its own operations and returns the value that we would like to be returned. In our case, the value 1. So let's look on to the first process where we are utilizing the hook to intercept the request, and this is done by a interceptors function called onEnter. Okay. So now if you see, we define vulncon function handler while we identify the symbol address for vulncon address. We utilize a new native function and define the function to hook onto the pointer or the address of vulncon, and we define the return type to be integer as well as the arguments passed to be an integer. Post this, we attach our interceptor to the address of vulncon. And now we define the onEnter function, which is basically going to accept the arguments that are passed to vulncon function, and we can directly print the value of the argument. All right. So now if we try to launch it, what you would see is vulncon address is identified. The value of the program is still NOOB. It enters the vulncon function, and now it also prints the argument that was passed to vulncon. Okay. So now that we have already intercepted the vulncon function, let us now define the return value on how we return this to this call, how we return to the main. This is even more simple. To return the value, you need to define a onLeave function and intercept the retval, pass it the return value retval, and all you need to do is replace the retval with 1. You know the return value was 0x0, so you can either replace it with 0x1 or you can just replace it with 1, the integer. What would now happen is when you print or when you launch this application, it's going to launch simple program. You're going to get the vulncon address, and now you're able to get the congrats message, as well as you see the return value has been changed and sent as 1. This is a simple example of an interceptor. So, like I said, onEnter and onLeave, these two functions are utilized in an interceptor when you attach an interceptor to a function address. Okay. Now, our basic point to understand the basic logic of interceptor is to be able to fuzz this application. So, let us look at a simple logic of how we build a fuzzer using this concept. It's not very hard to guess. Again, let's take example. You have a main function and a sub function, as well as you have a hook. Now, what happens is when your main function calls the sub function, the hook accesses the arguments. Now, the hook is where you define the fuzzing logic. You append the data from range 1 to 20,000 in this specific case, and you send fuzzy data, you append it and append it with A's, and do whatever you want with the application. You may or may not want to call the sub function. Um, Now, the point over here is in a fuzzing logic, you would want to fuzz inputs on your sub function, or you want to target the specific sub function. So now you loop on the sub function on an infinite loop, and you are able to send your custom value to the sub function. So in this case, what we do is we uh, send the custom value of our fuzzy data back to the subfunction, look at how the subfunction handles it, whether it crashes or doesn't crash the program, and we can basically build a fuzzy logic in that way. In this specific case, what we do is we can also return the value, and we can also instrument the binary in such way it has a custom return value onto the main argument. This would result in the program not crashing after the fuzzing is successful. Okay, let's look on a hooking example. Uh, Another hooking example where we are almost doing a fuzzy logic, but it's more towards brute forcing the input variable. If you see in this function, in this example, you will want to get the input equal to 69. However, if you see the input given is 0, we already know how do you change this value to 69. But the problem comes when you have to brute force, when you have to figure out what exactly is this value 69. One way is you directly take the binary, reverse engineer it, and you're able to identify the value to be 69. Another way is to use Frida and to brute force the value 69, and you'll be able to get the function get the print called you got a big PP. Okay, so this is the same skeleton from our previous example, where you see we have already hooked on and got a on enter and on leave function prepared for us. What we need to do is we need to identify what is the value on which the return is going to be true for the function. Now you see the objective of this is to get the magic number, and argument passed to VULNCON was 0x0. This 0x0 needs to be 69, and we need to identify how do you find this out. How do you find this out is basically by writing a brute force logic. This brute force logic is basically we have input data of 0, and while input data is less than 100, we are going to fuzz the data right from 0 to 100 and see which one of these would return me the big PP message. So you can see here I'm looping one function handler, and I'm passing the data back to this because this directly calls the function logic, and it's able to work with that. Now, if the solution flag is 1, that is, if the return of this variable is 1, you're basically going to get your flag printed, and we can basically exit the program, and we would have identified our solution. So we basically log this information. We log this information and we break from the function. So if we now launch the Python program, you can see I did find the magic number 69. However, it didn't immediately print the big PP message. I rerun it and I see big PP message is printed after the variable called the number called 31. Why do you think this is? This is primarily because when you print on the output buffer, the program runs faster the printing buffer. That's the reason why your program has already printed its output in your logic of Frida. But however, your uh, screen printing buffer has not yet completed. It gets completed after a while. And yeah, it finds the magic number and it's printing the magic number. Okay. So for the memes, intercepting Frida is big PP, and that's a fact. Okay. Now going on to the big brain topic where we are instrumenting Windows binaries with Frida. And now instrumentation of Windows binaries basically requires you to identify a Windows API. This is the easiest way, of course. It requires you to identify the Windows API that is being utilized in the backend of the function that you want to fuzz or the program that you want to fuzz. This can be memory buffers. You can use things like mem copy, string copy, and all the other copy functions, which might be string and copy, which might be interesting, where you can directly replace values on the buffer. You can also look at sockets, Windows sockets, and socket connections. You can look at file read write. In this specific example, we'll be looking at file read write. You can trace the calls of all the functions. Okay, you're required to trace the calls and then reverse the binary to actually identify the calling function of these functions. And maybe if you want, you can patch the program and avoid crashes by selecting your return values on specific cases and specific function instrumentations. Okay. We are now first going to utilize the tool called WinInstrument and see how exactly WinInstrument helps you in instrumenting the program. WinInstrument is a very simple program that has been created recently. It, like I said earlier, it has a lot of modules. It uses Frida. In this case, we are going to load socket. We are going to set a target. The target is cross checks, and we're just simply going to run the process. We're going to look at all the socket connections made by the specific application. I am going to skip a little bit of part over here, and you will see that I am trying to upgrade this specific software, and the upgrade begins, and there's a lot. Obviously, when the upgrade is happening, it's downloading languages. It has to be communicating with the server online. Now, instrument allows you. I'm sorry because I started clicking a lot of things. It crashed the program over here, but instrument allows you to instrument the entire binary, and it gives you all the values that were sent and received to which IP, from which IP, and socket connection established, as well as the application that establishes the connection. So you see, standard.exe sent a connect request. However, update.exe started sending the data and receiving the data. You can basically identify what sub process is basically communicating to the internet directly from instrument, and this is much more easier than having process hacker or something similar to that. Okay. Now let's also look at using Winstrument for identifying file read write. The concept is the same, and this is the application that we're going to be looking at. We're going to list the available modules. You can see file read write. You can, of course, use this for other instrumentation, like in check if the registry is being written over or something like that. But in our case of fuzzing, we're going to look at if the process is communicating with file inputs, and of course our target machine is going to be ASX to MP3 player converter. And when we set the target and launch it, what we can do is we can load the file that we would like. The file takes some time to load, but it gets loaded. And what you would see is there is a bunch of read files that is done. Over here, you would want to identify where exactly is the file that you have utilized, if it has been used anywhere. As you can see in this specific example, the file that we loaded was actually read. You can read the file header over here. And yeah, this is how you instrument and see if a program is communicating with the disk and performing operations on disk, what kind of file is being read, what kind of file is being written to. All right, so instrumenting this application ASX to MP3 with Frida and fuzzing for finding CVE 2017-15-22-1. All right, the first task that we do is we start tracing the functions and instrumenting the application with Frida. So how do you trace function with Frida? I basically utilize the Frida server on the Windows application and then connect to the Frida server from my local system. Make sure you launch the application as well, because you want to hook from your command and control server of Frida onto this specific application. Once you are able to attach, the connection is successful. That's pretty cool. You can go to the next step of tracing. Here I utilize Frida trace -I as to what you want to intercept, and a wildcard star and the IP address with the application. What happens in this case is Frida automatically generates interception functions for all the symbols that are available within the application. As you can see, it's a pretty huge list of symbols that are available. Everything gets generated under __ handler, and we shall then look at how do I trace the specific function that I would like to trace. As we already know that we had file read write on this application that was happening, and we want to primarily trace file reads and file writes. fopen and fread are two functions which are file reads that are utilized for reading a file. fopen and fread are functions available in multiple Windows API, and you'll be able to see this. So if you look at this right now, since we use wildcards in front and at the end of fopen and fread, every function containing fopen and fread have been started to be traced. Now we open the file again, and we notice that functions that are only fopen and only fread are getting traced in our Frida trace. So we right now know the function that is called would not be something like wfopen _s, but rather something like fread. .js. So now we can directly grep for DLLs having fread. But what we are doing is we can also look at debug symbols from name of fread and identify the offsets, identify the address. Then we can identify the base of the application and then calculate where exactly this locates, fread locates, and we get lots of things. But that is not something that we are interested. Rather, we are doing a grep on fread and we identify all the locations at which fread is present. So in this case, if you look, msvcrt.dll, user certbase.dll, and yeah, looks like only these both have fread functions available. So what we're going to do, okay, yeah. What we are going to do is we are going to basically write a log in into this. We open these fread interceptors that are created by Frida, automatically generated by Frida, and we write a new log onto that. That's going to be with respect to which DLL is being called. And similarly for MSVCRT, you do not have to have a pre-knowledge as to what user cert does or MSV cert does. You can directly just identify functions by putting these console logs. And what you'll observe is when you now go back and launch the application, and launch the tracing of the application, and then load the file, it's going to tell you which exact DLL has actually loaded. So in this case, msvcrt.dll has loaded. At this point, it becomes our task to basically identify where exactly msvcrt's fopen is being called. And for this, you can idly, easily look at the xref of this msvcrt.dll of fopen of msvcrt.dll and identify the main location at which it is being called. So let's look at what we can do in Grida. What we do is basically we search for imported functions fopen. Once we go to fopen, we simply look at the xref functions. We see the calls have been made at 4 locations. If you remember, WinInstrument basically had file reads on multiple files, and there might be tasks of each file in a different function. We have to identify for loading.m3u file where exactly is m3u file loaded. So for this, you can go back and you can rename the functions and read through the code what exactly each one of the function is doing, only to sit and identify, or you can use console logs to actually get you the information in a cleverer way. Okay. The graph view also, if you taint the fopen call, you would also be able to identify the primary location from which you want to fuzz down to the specific location, right? So you can either hook onto this function, or you can hook onto this function, or you realize or you identify that this entire routine is basically doing the fuzzing. So you fuzz on this function, or you target on this upper function, and you do in-memory fuzzing of the specific function. Now, how do I identify these the call function from Frida? Okay, one thing with Frida is you can look at each function's information directly from REPL. Frida REPL is almost as important to know about Frida. There are multiple aspects of Frida REPL, multiple commands that can help you in doing reversing of any application. Also, Frida Stalker is a very, very helpful utility that can help you, but we are not going to cover either of them in this one. So we look at this specific REPL the module, that's process.find module by address and this pointer. And you're able to see it tells you which is the base, that is the base file that calls it, and the base location, base address, and the path of this specific file that calls it, and the size of the specific program. Now, we basically can look at the information for all the 4 offsets that we have available over here. with us, or a cleverer way would be to directly trace this information. So, how do we trace this information? Of course, the answer is going to be the same, Frida trace. Um, okay, so what we do is we have Frida trace hyphen I, which basically tells what address do we want to start tracing, and when we give ASX to MP3 converter.exe, it is the base file or the base address at which it will start tracing, and then we give the offset at which we want to start tracing. So, for example, you have 28970, like we saw from the information. 4 followed by 5 zeros was basically the base address, or ASX to MP3 converter.exe was the base address, and then the offset is basically the last 5 digits. So we give this as the offset. Similarly, for each one of this 5FC0, 6280, we are basically starting our tracer. When we start our tracing for all of these functions, and then we launch the program, we'll be able to see which exact function is calling this, is being called when we load our M3U file. Okay, the tracing has begun. We launch our ASX to MP3 and we'll load our file, and you can see the subroutine 28970 is being traced. So now we have identified the function that we want to trace, or that we want to attack, the calling function of the Windows API. Now what? Now we start preparing our fuzzing harness. Alright, so now let's look at building the actual fuzzing harness. We start with Interceptor and Frida REPL and their amazing use cases. You can see from the auto-generated function of the offset function 28970, we can now build our own interceptor directly. We now define the functions on enter and on leave. We can now attach it to the pointer of the offset. Right. So now when we run it, we are going to basically see that it launches the application and it goes to this function. It reaches this function location. Now we look at the arg0 that is passed to this function, and we find a pointer. Let's look at the pointer. That's part of the location of the pointer. We realize that this pointer actually has a bunch of data at this location with OP str, str and things like that. So if it is an instruction pointer, it is not. And now you look at the memory and read the byte array at that location, 64 bytes, and you can see there is content in that specific pointer. And hence you can read it as UTF-8 string. Generally you would want to use something called as read C string. UTF string you should utilize only when you're sure the input string is of UTF-8 encoding. In this case, I was already sure, so I just utilized UTF-8 string, and you can see that I get the location of the file that we have given as input as the output. Now we simply basically need to follow three ways that we can utilize for fuzzing the input. The first one is replacing the file pointer. Second one is replacing the contents of the file. And the third one is replacing the memory buffer. So first one, replacing the input file pointer. Of course, the third method, when we are directly replacing in the memory buffer, it is slightly more reverse engineering that you would require and slightly more instrumentation that you require, that we're not going to cover it at this talk. You can, of course, reach out to me post this talk. All right. So how we replace the file pointer is basically we define a new pointer, and to define a new pointer, we need to first figure out what is the path that we want to give as input. For this, we basically get the byte representation of the entire part in hex, and we can then push it onto the stack. Yeah, we get the byte hex value of the entire path, and now we can push it onto the stack using byte. Now, when we want to replace the file pointer, we basically, with a different file, we get the hex value of the other file, like evil.m3u, that we would want to replace it with. And we can now place this per byte basis on the stack. The logics look something like this. So we define the input file. Alright, now we define an in memory, and we allocate memory of 70 bytes because we saw that this entire length is around 68 bytes. So we can actually define 68 or 70, it does not matter in this case. And now we build the payload, which is going to be a byte array. The payload, like I said, we take the input file, the new input file, and we push it onto the stack by just doing payload.push and then parsing them as integers. All right. Now we basically create a new int array of payload, and now we can override the memory location, override the in memory location that we defined earlier up here with malloc of 70 with the payload values. Now we can basically directly pass in memory onto the function, and we have already overwritten arg0. However, we still work with arg0, and we reassign in memory to arg0, and we try to read arg0 and see if the value is the new value. Whoops, a mistake. Define var, and you can see there's a new file that is replaced arg0's location. Just for clearer visibility, you can see it clearly. Old file was frida.m3u and new file is evil.m3u. This is replacing the file pointers. Now replacing the input file. This basically means the contents of input file is what we'd want to change. Now this makes sense to do because anyway, even if you change the input file pointer, um, it would not really be very beneficial because the contents would have to anyway mutate. Unless you have an entire corpus that is mutated and placed only for you to launch it multiple times, in that case, changing input file pointer would probably be slightly more beneficial. What's more beneficial is trying to directly change with the mutation the data in this input file. Okay, let's see what I did. So first I defined this function address just like our previous one, where we directly find the base address using the module of Frida and add the offset so that even if the base address changes, the offset remains the same. Then we define a new function handler, which is basically of this function address. Basically, it means it is calling this function at that offset and gives the return type and gives the input file. Now, the fuzzing file will be equal to um, Frida.m3u, and Frida's basic input is going to be http colon slash slash AAA. Now, http colon slash slash AAA is basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 characters. So we're going to do a sample size of 20 characters of fuzzing to check if our logic is working or not. So we write down this into the file, we close it, we fuzz the data, we keep appending it till the function is 20. Fuzzing with 20 characters. Okay, so here what I did is basically I defined the size 20 characters and built the fuzzing logic where I'm continuously appending A's to this logic, and it is going to keep telling me the fuzzing value. It's basically the location of the file as well as the input size, current input size, and finally it's going to call the function handler again and pass the file to it. Okay, so if you launch this now with Frida, what happens is I drop the new file and you can see the input fuzzing starts from 11 because the input characters already was defined to be 10 characters, http colon AAA, and from 11 to 20 it does a fuzzing, it does a sample set fuzzing. So now our logic is ready. We only need to apply it for a larger set. Okay, so we first for the crash we increase the sample set to 20,000 size, and we launch the same process on this again. I can see this starts fuzzing. It takes a lot of time to basically fuzz this entire set. Skipping towards the end, and all right, so you can see it's stopped in 17.426 because the process got terminated, the window just shut down because the system crashed, and hence we reached system crashed. Now we'll talk a little about in-memory buffers. In-memory buffers and how to identify them. There are multiple methods of identifying in-memory buffers. The problem with trying to replace a file stream directly on Windows is that Windows does not you do not have an implementation of accessing file streams or reading file streams with Frida for Windows. What you need to do in that case is you need to build a structure around the memory address that you find using fread or the input of fread, and basically you can then take this structure and read the file buffer file outputs. So that is a little lengthy process, and in this case we're simply going to look for functions like strcpy, memcopy, strncpy. In this case we are taking strncpy, which is again in msv crt.dll, and we do the same tracing process over this, and you will see that interestingly this is called when we do tracing of str and cpy. So we print the values of arg0 and arg1 in str and cpy and read C string. So what happens is we call str and cpy. All these str and cpys get loaded. msvcrt.dl is the only one which works. So when you put in the value, str and cpy is triggered, and the file name, file path, the extension types, everything gets copied. At one point, there is also the entire copy of the uh, input buffer that is done. So if you want to actually perform some kind of fuzzing, you can uh, perform fuzzing directly on this specific call, on this specific argument, but you'll have to reverse engineer and identify why is it calling multiple times, handle all the multiple calls, and then you'll be able to still perform the crash. Now if you notice, the starting http part is actually the structure, and it gets stripped at one point, and there's a repetition of 3 that str and cpy happens. So we can assume that there is 3 calls to the buffer, and the buffer is read 3 times and stripped out from http 3 times, and we can make such assumptions and carry on. So these are quick links that you could refer to for learning more on Frida fuzzing on other platforms as well. Windows platform does not have a full-fledged fuzzer, so it's a good idea if you would like to start up with building a project with it. Well, that's all I have to say. Instrumenting binaries on Windows for fuzzing with Frida is epic.
Welcome to Cyber Mayhem. The match will begin in 3, 2, 1. Flags have been planted. Your team has owned a user flag. Your team has cloned a machine. Warning, your team is losing availability points.
Are you looking to take the next step in your cybersecurity career or open the door to cybersecurity from other areas in IT? Security Plus is the leading global certification that proves you have the core cybersecurity skills to advance your career. Nearly 600,000 IT pros have earned CompTIA Security Plus. Once you have Security Plus, the #1 core cybersecurity certification on the market, you can problem solve a wider variety of today's complex security issues. Prepare yourself with hands-on coverage of the latest trends and techniques. You'll learn the 5 areas of security, including attacks, threats, and vulnerabilities, architecture and design, implementation, operations and incident response, and GRC. Security Plus has become the gold standard for corporations and governments worldwide. For years, it has been the primary choice for fulfilling U.S. Department of Defense 8140-8570 compliance. Security Plus has demonstrated its ability to make sure you have the right foundation for your cyber career. Because Security Plus has helped organizations for years, it's no wonder that more and more people in various job roles are turning to Security Plus to enrich their security skill set. Study with the official CompTIA content exclusively developed for Security Plus and hit the ground running with the best cybersecurity certification on the market. Prepare yourself to address today's threats as well as anticipate the next attack. Head on over to CompTIA.org/security to learn more and secure your future.
Thanks a lot, sir. Now it's time for Harshad, who will be speaking on API exploitation, hacking JWT tokens, broken authentication, and crypto attacks.
Hello all, welcome to Offensive API Exploitation and Security and welcome to VULNCON 2020. First of all, we warmly appreciate all the volunteer and delegate contribution and time, and we are very proud to be the part of VULNCON 2020. And today we are going to learn about API penetration testing and security. Okay, this is a part of my hackathon. About me, I am Harshad, founder and CEO of Hacker Associate. I am a member of International Council of Hacker Association in USA. I have initiated various free pen testing and hacking conferences all over the world. Being Hacker Associate, we have served 100 plus countries providing enterprise security and hacker-proof OS. Awarded by many countries like Nepal, Qatar, Africa, Dubai, US, Australia, etc. for the revolutionary work. And recently, I have initiated a build your own gadget for security and penetration testing and program on Python for white hacker worldwide. This is about my certification, which you can easily check on the LinkedIn. I'm the part of almost all security conferences, like Whitehead guy, and part of almost all security conferences. I'm the part of Black Hat, Hacker Associate. We have a hackathon, Malaysia security conferences, Singapore hacking and security event, and I'm also the part of the Indian security conference. I'm also working with military, army, navy across the globe. And in this short video, okay, like I'm going to cover about API exploitation and security, and I'm just want to give you complete depth about the API, like how to exploit the API. And before this, we have to understand what exactly is the API and how to perform, okay, like attack on the particular API. So before we start, okay, we need to understand the basics of API, and then we are jumping to in the terms of penetration testing. Now we are starting offensive API exploitation and security part. So in order to penetrate the API, we need to first understand what is an API. So first let me go here on my Sublime editor and understand, okay, like what exactly is an API. So let's start with the topic called as what is an API. This is my first question to you. Okay. So API stands for Application Programming Interface. And what do you mean by this? So it is a very simple example. So in my training, I'm always giving one example, like restaurant example. So when you go to the restaurant, what you will do? So first, okay, you're going to check the menu. This is the first part, okay, which we are going to do. Okay, after seeing the menu, we are giving a order. Okay, we are not directly going to the kitchen. Okay, so we are giving a order to the waiter, and waiter will take the order from you, and then he is going to the kitchen. And then again, once the particular, okay, like food is prepared, you are getting back, okay, directly by the waiter. So what do you mean by this? So what exactly is an API? So API we can say is nothing but the messenger. Okay, this part you have to remember. So API is nothing but the messenger. Okay, it take the request from you, it will go to the server and come back to you. We can say in the one more form, okay, we can say it's called request and response. Okay, so this is the best example of an API. API nothing but the messenger. It take a request from you and then it give a response back to you. So in order to understand the API, let me go to this documentation. Okay, this is my handwritten notes regarding to the API. So what is an API? API stands for Application Programming Interface. Everything is connected and everything is online. An API is ruling the world. For instance, a different devices application connect each other. So your question, okay, like how? Based on the API. So when you talk about the client, so example, let's say take this example called as an flight reservation. You can see this is a reservation on the restaurant, which I just given the example. Second example, okay, is a flight example. So when you book the flight, okay, you're not going to the Indigo website. Neither, okay, you are not going to the Etihad Airway. What you are going to do is, okay, you are going to the third party application like Make My Trip, Go Abibo, and from there, okay, you are going to book the particular ticket. Same way when you talk about the Book My Show, a movie ticket, so you are not going to the PVR cinema directly. What you do is you can simply go to Book My Show, and there, okay, like you just check, okay, you are like nearby theaters, and then you are going to book the particular ticket. This is each and everything is happening because of an API calls. So how we are able to interact and how that engine work, this is called as an API. So you can see clearly this is a client, this is a server, we send a request, we are getting a response. This is the meaning. So how we are able to interact and how that engine work, this is called as an API. Always remember, okay, in your mind. And if you have a burp, okay, you can configure the proxy and understand each request and each response. And by the way, I'm going to cover, okay, this particular tool, okay, in the today part. So tool which I'm going to show you, the first tool, okay, which is called as an burp. You can clearly see this is the burp suite, which you can identify me here. Basu professional version I'm going to use. Second one I'm going to use, okay, like Charles proxy. Third one I'm going to use one more, okay, the best we can say for API pen testing is called as an Postman. Fourth I'm going to use FFUF. And today the main important part, okay, is this JWT token attack. So we're going to see what is token and how to perform attack on this JWT token especially. And the sixth one, okay, like we're talking about the crypto attack. Okay, the last part we are going to see is called as an crypto attack. This is the all, okay, like topic we are going to cover, okay, in today part. Okay, let us start, jump into this section regarding to the burp. So first time, okay, if you're using a burp, what you can do is you can simply go to the burp. Okay, this is my professional edition. And then first, okay, you need to set the browser first, okay, in order to intercept the request. So you can see this is my burp. You can simply go to the next, start burp. So once you start the burp, okay, you can simply go to the proxy tab, and you can see clearly in my case there is an option here, right? And here you can see clearly I have 127.0.0.1 8080. So what you can do is you can simple, okay, like check this option. Otherwise you can simple edit from here, like you can put it here the port 8080, and then after that you can bind it. So in my case it's already done, and your case also, maybe when you open it you will be seeing okay this particular thing directly. Now next part is okay, you can simple go to the browser, which you can easily see here okay under the intercept option. Okay, here we have a open browser. You can simple go here and click on open browser. After that, example, let's say you can go to the https and just type okay burp. Once you press enter, you can see we have a CA certificate here. Once you download the certificate, then okay you can easily import okay under the setting option. Okay, you can just go to the certificate part and you can directly import the particular certificate. Here you can see it's for proxy setting. So if you're looking for the proxy part directly in the Chrome, you can use it directly here. Okay, so I'm not interested okay in this option. The main part is you can just import the particular certificate okay under the particular browser. This is the first section, and after that what you can do is you can check okay are you able to intercept the request or not. For example, let's say if I type www.hackerone.com, when you press enter and when you go to the history tab, this is my history, this you can see clearly. And in my case okay it is a typo error, so let me first go here, just type hackerone.com. so you can see clearly okay like I have opened this application, and when you can simple go here downside okay you will see each and every request will be under the history tab. So you can easily search here okay if you want HackerOne. You can see clearly this is the hackerone.net, this is the hackerone.com, and this is the Google. So whatever you'll do with the browser, each and every information okay will come there under the history tab. This is a part of the, we can say, the burp. That's how you can intercept the request. Okay, or if you want this particular hold the request okay like for a moment, example let's say you can use intercept, and when I go to the browser which is here, so example let's say now I'm going to type okay again this google.com, so press enter, you can see clearly it's on hold. This is called forward. I have to forward the request and then I have to submit it. That's how you intercept the things, by the way. Okay, so you can play this particular option is very easy, by the way. So you can go to the repeater tab, you can repeat the request, you can fuzz okay using the intruder tab, you can go to the proxy and you can go to the intercept, you can intercept the request and you can check each request and each response. These are all for the burp right now for the configuration part. So I'm just going here okay this option called intercept, and I'm going to off the intercept. When this part is done, now we're going to configure the second tool okay is called as in Postman. So it's one of the finest tool okay for application pen testing. So likewise I'm always okay like telling okay when you talk about application pen testing okay like burp is a great one, and when you talk about API pen testing then Postman is one of the best okay like we can say the framework for API pen testing. So what if okay, if we combine okay these two platforms together, so we can say it's called deadly combination. So here okay I'm testing, you can see it's called api.soundcloud.com. so now I'm changing this part to https. I'm going to type api.hackerone.com. so you can simple go here, and before this I'm just going here first okay I'll just go to the preference setting. I'm to check the proxy part and I'm just going to remove right now. I don't want to use any proxy regarding to the Postman. So how to use the Postman, you can simply go to the get here okay in this case this is a get request, by the way it's a REST API. So we have this particular we can say the methods okay, request method, get, post, put, delete, patch, copy, add, option, link up, unlink, purge, lock, unlock, prop, find and view. So how to use this one, so simple okay just select your API here and then send it. So let me again click here view in the console. This is the console part, and I'll just close everything. Don't save. I'm just going here again. Let me type https api.hackerone.com and then send it again. So you can clearly see in this case okay like I'm able to see everything. This is okay like my body, this is the cookie which you can clearly see is called CFDUID. This is the value, this is the domain hackerone.com, and this is the path. So here you can see this is the path, and we have a expiry date, and then HTTP only flag, then secure one. Okay, likewise, okay, you can go to the authorization. Right now we don't have anything, but these are the all authorization related stuff, like we have a no API key, B-rate token, basic auth, digest authentication. Likewise, we can check each and every option here. This is all header information. So when you go here in this section, we have a cookie, we have a postman token. Okay, here right now we don't have anything. User agent information, and these are all header information we can easily identify in this particular case. Okay, using a postman. This is one of the great tool, okay, for API pen testing part. Now we're going to see how to integrate, okay, like the burp and the postman. So how we can use these two tools together. So for that particular purpose, what we have to do is we have to go to the postman, we have to go to the preferences section. After that, you can go to the proxy. Here is the proxy section. You can select this particular option 127.0.0.1, and here we have a port number 8082. So once you set it, okay, this particular option, what you can do is you can go to the burp. After that, you can go to the option, and here you can simple edit, and I'm going to bind, okay, the particular port call as an 8082. So once you do that, you can simple click here OK. So this part is done. Okay, now what I can do is I can simple go here, and I'll just copy this particular URL, and I'm going to close it. Don't save. I'm going to go here plus button, and I'm going to paste it. And before this, I have to go to the intercept, and right now you can see my intercept is off. I'm going to on this, and simple, okay, you can send it here. You can see right now nothing is here, and each request we are going to monitor via burp. So whatever you're doing under this postman, I'm getting under the burp, which you can clearly see. Now if I want, I can simple click here forward. You can see clearly is google.com. Right now in our case it is a apa.hackerone.com. Simple forward it, complete forward, and you will be getting each and every information will be here. So this is the pretty part. Okay, this is the row, this is the preview. It is like HTML content, so you can see each and everything under this section here. Just like in the above we have a render option, in the postman we have a preview option, and here is a visualize. Okay, right now we don't have any information regarding to this. Okay, so if you want to learn, okay, in detail, you can click here learn how. So this is the workspace. Okay, I can create a different workspace here. Like for example, let's say I'm going to penetrate example.com. So you can create here example.com workspace. That's how you can play with this option. So in this case right now, okay, like we have used this two tool, and whatever I'll do with the postman, I can easily intercept all the requests, okay, inside the burp. This is the first section. Now go to the next section. So you understand about the basic architecture of an API, then okay, move to the JWT token and the attacking part, and we'll see like what add-ons we require in order to penetrate the API. Especially I'm talking about the burp suite BAP store. So when you go here burp suite, there is a option called here extender, and after that if you go here BAP store, you can see there are many add-ons are available. So for API pen testing, I'm going to show, okay, like 2-3 add-ons. This you can easily install it, and after that we'll see how we can going to penetrate the API. Let's go back to the presentation. So this is the meaning. So here is what I'm talking about, right? Suppose you interact with the airline website in order to book the ticket. So generally you are not going to the Indigo website. You are simply going to the Make My Trip and Go Ibibo, and then you are booking the ticket. For example, let me again open, okay, like Make My Trip. So when you go here Make My Trip, open it up and go to the official website here. Right now you can clearly see, right, this is the details about the flight, hotel, these villas, and so on. So right now, okay, like I'm just going to log in with the Google, and you can see this is called redirect URL. If you check the URL, okay, you will be getting an interesting thing. Right now I'm not focusing on this part, but later, okay, I'll focus it. So now you can clearly see here, okay, like I'm successfully logged in, okay, in this particular application, and you can see example, let's see if I click here search button. So you can see clearly, hold on, we are fetching the flight for you. So what actually I want to explain here is I didn't go to the Indigo official application. I simple visited, okay, this website called as a makemytrip.com, And then here you can see I'm able to see a different okay vendor like Indigo, Vistara, okay, Go Air. And if I click on this button, example, let's say view price, example, it's a book now. So what execute is happening, you can see clearly in the background the API call is executing, and then okay, I'm getting the details like that. And simple, okay, like if you book the ticket, automatically this part is going to submit to the Indigo. That's how okay, like the API work. As I mentioned to you, API nothing but the messenger. Now coming to the point, let's go back to the presentation. So Postman, okay, the Postman we can say is called incredible tool for the API development testing and OS API security project. So you can test any kind of API using a Postman, and API, as we know, okay, like API rule the world. So here the basic usage, as I mentioned to you, you can simply go to the workspace, you can create a different workspace. Okay, and then in this workspace I will show everything like history, involvement and collection, and you can see clearly the example of http://bin.org/get. And after that, when you go down here, okay, even you can send, okay, this thing like send and download. So you can easily download the particular thing from this section using this button. So send means okay, you are sending a request and you are getting a response. And this is all we can say like the information regarding to the cookie, the header, the preview and other thing. You can easily get it here. And here, okay, you can see clearly, this is the interesting part here, how long it will take to make a request. This option, okay, you can get it here under this section called as time. So there are many options, okay, available here. You can see, you can save the response, you can check the time part here, the size, the status and everything. Let's do this practical, okay, like together. So when you go to the Postman, okay, and here I'm going to use http://bin. Example, let's say create a new workspace. I'll just type here http://bin.org first. So you can clearly see I just remove the get part from this particular request, and right now you can see, okay, like I'm able to see the pretty, the row, the preview part. What I want to show is this part, this status. You can see we have a 200, okay, this is the time part. So you can see clearly the socket initialization, DNS lookup, TCP handshake, SSL handshake, and here, okay, you can see the response size, the same thing, okay, in the presentation. So this is the thing, right? How long it will take to make a request. This is the meaning. So now in the above image, response size meaning how big was the request as far as the header and the body and the response as well. Now when you talk about the advanced request, so this is, you can see the authentication part. So authentication and authorization, these are two different things. Authentication means, okay, like who you are. Authorization means can I actually do this. So for this, okay, like we can see clearly in the Postman we have these options are available called as the bearer token, basic auth, digest auth, auth 1.0, auth 2.0, hop authentication, AWS signature. So if I go in this case, okay, regarding to this, I'll go to the Postman. I can go here and there's the authorization section here. Okay, you can simply navigate to this option and you can select, these are the all detail regarding to the authorization. As I mentioned to you, there are two different things. Authentication is different, authorization is different. So this is the meaning, okay, like we have a no auth, API key, bearer token, basic auth and so on. Okay, so you can easily check, okay, under this option, this is called an authorization. Now coming to the privilege escalation concept. I hope you understand, okay, a little bit about the Postman and the burp, okay, how to use together, what are the header information, what is the authorization part, because now I'm going to start the JWT attack on this. So now I think if you are familiar with this particular thing, okay, like you can do practical with me right now. So what I need is, okay, like I need a lab, so I can easily go here, okay, to the hackerassociate.com. Okay, so in this case, okay, if you are a member of Hacker Associate, you can simply navigate to the member section, and after that, okay, you can simply go to the challenges section. So in this case, okay, like I'm taking this API. Okay, by the way, this is my website. For more information like regarding to any training or services or like next generation technology penetration testing, you can refer this Hacker Associate application and you can view all the courses whatever we are providing. So we are providing more than 200 plus certification. You can check each and every information here is available under the hackerassociate.com. Okay. So let's move to the next section. Okay, it's called API. Okay, I'm going to use this CTF part. So I'm going here and after that you can see this is the link. I'm going to open it. So what we have to do is we have to perform a privilege escalation. In order to perform a privilege escalation, we need to understand what is privilege escalation. So first we need to go here to the Sublime editor and understand what is PE. Okay, PE stands for privilege escalation. Let's go to the presentation. Okay, so I have a like excellent example of the privilege escalation. So generally there are two types of privilege escalation. One is vertical and second is a horizontal. So if you see this image, okay, this is called privilege escalation, okay, in API. So as I mentioned, there are two types of privilege escalation, vertical as well as horizontal. So when you talk about the vertical privilege escalation, a vertical privilege escalation occurs when an attacker gains access directly to an account with the intent to perform action as that person. So this type of attack is easier to pull off since there is no desire to elevate the permission. The goal here is to access an account to further spread an attack or access data the user has permission to. So what do you mean by the vertical part? So you can see this is the example here, vertical versus horizontal. So this is the example. So we have a normal user 1, normal user 2, normal user 3. Okay, like example, let's say if you are escalating the privilege from user 1 to the user 2, the same, okay, we can say hierarchy. This is example of the horizontal privilege escalation. So refer to the preceding diagram. There are 4 user in total, 3 normal user and 1 administrator. The user are shown as per their hierarchy. Now if a normal user 1 is able to access the data of normal user 2, it would be referred to as an horizontal privilege escalation since both the user are on the same level in the hierarchy. When you talk about the vertical privilege escalation, so with the reference to the preceding diagram, if normal user 1 is able to access the data and gain the privilege of the administrator, it would be referred to as a vertical privilege escalation. Okay, so example from here normal 1 to this administrator, if you are going to escalate, this is called a vertical privilege escalation. Okay, this is all meaning of this. So let's start the practical on this. So I am going to the lab, okay, which is available, okay, under the Hacker Associate website. So let's go there. So again I'm going to open, okay, this lab. Again we have to go to the member section, which is here. I have to go to the challenges section, and after that, okay, you can simply go to the API CTF2. There are many CTF, by the way. So this is the second one I'm taking, and we can open this application in a new tab. So when you just take this particular, copy this particular link and put in the bub. So this is the bub. Now we go to the proxy, and here we have to open the browser. So right now my browser is already open. Let me go here and going to paste this particular thing. So this is the endpoint which we can say we are going to penetrate. So I'm going to put it here, okay, under the Sublime, so you'll get a proper idea. Let me open a new, okay, like file, okay, create a new file. So you can see here, okay, this is the way I'm going to penetrate in this case. So now welcome, okay, user test and password test, can you become an admin? So what I can do is I can simply just type here, okay, like the available credential. This is the example of vertical privilege escalation. Okay, so we are going from a normal user to the admin level. So when I click here login, before clicking here login, what I have to do is I have to go to the bub, okay, and intercept on. Okay, and before going to the bub, you can also test the functionality of this application. So example, let's say if I go here, intercept off, let's understand the functionality of the application. Simply click here login. You can see clearly in this case, okay, like I am logged in. Welcome logged on user, you can see. Okay, so this is the, we can see the information. So this time, okay, I'm just going to type here, okay, like user test is provided, and now I'm going to log in, and before logged in, I'm going to intercept the request, which is here. Logged in, and now you can see this is intercepted, and this is the endpoint which I'm testing. You can see this is a post. We have public module 2 1.php. So here is an endpoint, and here you can see these are all headers, and we have a username test and the password test. What I can do is I can simply forward it, and you can see I'm getting this cookie, and the cookie, if you can check, this is the authentication part, something is here. So what I can do is I can simply copy this particular token, okay, this thing from here. So you can copy this particular token and I'm going to put it here, okay, under the sublime. So you can see clearly. So in this case, okay, this is an example of JWT token. This is an example of the JWT token. How you can get to know about this? So simple, okay, you can start from here. You can see this is the first dot. And second, when you start from here, this is the second dot, okay, and when you start from here, it is a third dot. So it means we can say clearly we have three sections, first, second and three. This is example of JWT. That's how, okay, we can identify this is called JWT token. JWT stands for JSON Web Token. Okay, now how we are going to penetrate? So you can use this application called jwt.io. So example, let's see if I go here in this section. So this application you can use jwt.io and press enter. What I can do in this case is, once you open it, okay, you can just paste this particular token there. I think in my case intercept is on. Okay, so what I can do is I can simply go to the verb first. So here is a verb and I can go here intercept off this time and I can use this token. Example, let's say we have a jwt.io and you press enter. In this case you can see my application open here. So here, okay, what you can do is, okay, this is the website jwt.io. You can simply come here and after that you can simply remove this section and I'm just going to put, okay, my token here, whatever I have copied from here. So in this case you can clearly see here, okay, we have a username, okay, which you can clearly see in this section. Again, let me copy it here, username, and second we have a test, okay, username is test, and the role is, you can see we have a here role is user. So what I have to do is I have to change, okay, this particular role, okay, to an admin, and I have to set this algorithm is, right now it is HS256. I have to change this algorithm to none. So how we are going to do this thing? Okay, this is the like important part. So let's, okay, like repeat the same step, okay, whatever we have done just now. What I can do is, again, I can copy this particular link here. I can go to this section here, okay, and example, let's say this, and here again I'm logged in. Let me again close. So here I'm going to enter the test credential, and I'm going to my verb here, going to intercept the request, login, and here you can see we have here user test, password test forwarded. We have a token sent to the repeater. This is a repeater mode, and here is a repeater. Now what I can do is I can simply copy, okay, this section. Okay, this is the first part. So example, let's say copy it, and we have already seen, okay, like how to check this option, okay, under the jwt.io section. So when you go here jwt.io, okay, and this is, we already know, okay, this is nothing but the user section, okay, we need to change. So first part, okay, we can say is called as an algorithm, second part we can say is called data, and third part, okay, we can say signature. If you try to manipulate these two parameter, if this is not matching, okay, then, okay, immediately throw the error. So in this case, okay, like how you are going to penetrate the thing. So for this, the burp is the best option for you. What you can do is you can simply go to the burp, and after that you can simply go to the BF store, which is here under the extender section, and here you can go here. So when I go in this section, you can go to the BF store and search for JSON Web Token Attacker. So it is alphabetically, by the way, so you can go with the alphabetical order. You can see this is called JSON Web Token Attacker. Select it and install it. In my case, everything is installed. Okay, you can see I have installed JSON Web Token, JSWS parser. Okay, same way you can install this particular thing. Once you install it, okay, in this case, right now everything under my extension section. So here, okay, I require this one, Java JSON Web Token Attacker. You can see in this case it is loaded successfully, and here is a Joseph. Okay, this I require. So in order to work with this JWT token, you can simply go to this section and go to the manual one, and you can press here. Okay, it's going to paste this particular token here, and after that you can simply click here load, and you can see key confusion. What we require is we want to exclude the signature. You can see signature is removed from this token, and algorithm. So algorithm I'm assigning directly, this is called none. Okay, algorithm set to the none. So here let me just close my this email section. Okay, so in this case, okay, like you can see clearly, see this is my algorithm none. Now I'm going to update. You can see this is my new token. Fantastic. So I'll copy it and I'll go to the Sublime. Okay, Sublime is the best editor. You can play with this. So here we can say we change algorithm to none. Okay, and this part I need to check what exactly is this part. Okay, this part is algorithm part. The first section is algorithm, which we have set to none. So let's copy this token and verify this token meaning. When you go to the Google Chrome again, go here and paste the token, and I'm removing this 256-bit secret key. You can see right now it is none. Okay, JWT type algorithm none, and I need to change okay this role to the admin. Okay, so how I can change it? So what I can do in this case, I'll create a token properly. So I'll go here, this part okay is a none. Let me copy it from here. So algorithm set to none. Now dot is very important. Now this part okay I need to change okay with an admin. So this is a complete token we have here. Okay, what I can do is I can copy this complete token and I can go here again, paste it, and after that I will cleverly change okay like this user to the admin. See, I am changing role to the admin, and now you can see my everything is changed. The username is test and the role is admin, and that I got the token, which is the second one. This is the second one. Okay, we can say is called data, and which is now we have changed okay like the particular role from the user level to the admin. This is called vertical privilege escalation. So what I can do is I can copy only the second part. I don't require the third one, okay, because we have already removed the signature from this section. So when you go to the Sublime and when you simple paste it here, you can clearly see this is the section, and I'm going to put okay one more dot. Dot is important. So this part okay, you can see the algorithm set to none, and this is the final token, which is we can say is called admin. This is a crypto attack, okay, what we are performing. So when you simple okay like copy from here in this section, and what I can do is I can go to the repeater and I can easily put it here. So example, let's say in this section I can go, I'll paste it. You can see dot should be must, and here should require dot, two dot. And the important part is you can see this authorization part, right? Authorization you can clearly see is called bearer, and I need to change also this section, and even this authorization part I have already shown you under this tab. Okay, when you go to the postman and when you go to this authorization section, you can see this is called bearer token, which is here. This is bearer token. So when you go to this token, okay, so example, let's say this one. So I need to change also this section, otherwise you will get an error. So most of the people, okay, they are not seeing this bearer part. Okay, this is very important. They directly go to the cookie and they will change it and they will send it, and they will get an error and then think okay like why the error is coming. So it depend upon the attack, okay, it depend upon your approach, depend upon the algorithm. If you have checked correctly, then okay, you're getting a good result. So you just okay perform a proper recon on this, and based on this, okay, you're getting a good result. Now if I send okay this request, let me check out what will happen. So you can see I am getting an error okay under this. So you can clearly see this is the error okay I am getting. So this token didn't work for me. This is because of one reason is okay like first section is username is test, and I have changed this roles to admin. Let me try okay this part okay to the admin. And before this, what I can do one more thing is I can simply copy this section from here, and I can simply paste it. You can see clearly here username we have a test, and the role okay we have a admin. Now what I can do is I can simply change okay this username to admin. So let me again copy the complete token, which is here. This is a complete token. Copy from here, again go here in this section. Username we are going to change okay to admin, and the role okay we are changing to an admin. Okay, and after that okay like we have this particular token. Let me copy this is a token in the middle one, copy it. Okay, now we have a here the final one. Go to this section. This is the admin token dot, we require dot here in the end also, and one more section is here. Copy, and we are going to paste. So this is our final token. Let's verify this thing and check it out. So when you simple go here, you can see algorithm set to none, and we have here called data admin, username admin, and the role we have admin. After that, what I can do is I can simple go here and check it out. So go to the repeater section again, and here okay we have this token. Let me again remove it from here. You can see removed, and this part also I have to remove. Bearer token, and check the dot properly. This is a dot, and here okay we can see clearly this is a dot. Now when I simple go here send button, you can see I'm again getting an error. So maybe another problem is maybe I have to change the algorithm set to the none. Okay, that's how you can check it properly. So algorithm, okay, you can see clearly it is none, but it's not giving me the proper result. Okay, not getting anything. So again what I can do is I can go to the proxy tab, again take a full token here, copy it, go to the JSON, okay, here Joseph, and here I'm going to copy paste this token again, load signature exclusion, load, and I'm setting the algorithm to the none, the first one. Update, and we have this token by the way. So this token you can copy it again here. This is okay like our algorithm, so let's copy this algorithm part will be here. Okay, and this is okay our admin token which is here. Let me copy again this section. So first I will copy this one and paste. So let's verify this token. Go to the jwt.io section here. So algorithm set to none, and we have username admin, role admin. Okay, this is the part. Okay, so this is already copied. Let's go to the repeater. So when you go to this section here, paste it, and when you go to the authorization bearer, paste it and then send it. So here you can see here, okay, we have a bad request. The browser sent a request, the server could not understand. So here you can see clearly when I change the token, you can see I got the username, this is admin, and it is a flag, you can see clearly. Again I'm going to repeat example. Let's say what I have done is I have sent okay to the repeater which is here. Okay, and when you go to the repeater section, okay, you can copy this particular token which we have copied here, and you can copy here also this section here. And before this I will show you okay what exactly token meaning. Here is the token. So you can see I changed the algorithm to the none which is here, you can clearly see, and I have used username test, the same user, and I'm just changing the role okay to an admin. And then once I construct this particular token, I simply send it here. You can see I got the username test, role is admin, and this is the flag, okay, which I got it. Okay, this is called, we can say, capture the flag. Now so that's how okay you can perform a pen testing okay on this okay like API, and this is example of JW token. For more information you can visit hackerassociate.com. okay, and I have added many lab okay regarding to the offensive API exploitation, and you'll be getting a more on a detailed manner okay like how to penetrate the API, what are the endpoints, what is the auth authentication, how to exploit it, what is the SAML, many things we are going to see okay in this coming part. I hope this video is informative for you. Thank you for watching the video, and once again I thank to VULNCON 2020.
Welcome to Cyber Mayhem. The match will begin in 3, 2, 1. Flags have been planted. Your team has owned a user flag. Your team has cloned a machine. Warning, your team is losing availability points. May your experience lead you to victory.
Are you looking to take the next step in your cybersecurity career or open the door to cybersecurity from other areas in IT? Security Plus is the leading global certification that proves you have the core cybersecurity skills to advance your career. Nearly 600,000 IT pros have earned CompTIA Security Plus. Once you have Security Plus, the #1 core cybersecurity certification on the market, you can problem solve a wider variety of today's complex security issues. Prepare yourself with hands-on coverage of the latest trends and techniques. You'll learn the 5 areas of security, including attacks, threats, and vulnerabilities, architecture and design, implementation, operations and incident response, and GRC. Security Plus has become the gold standard for corporations and governments worldwide. For years, it has been the primary choice for fulfilling U.S. Department of Defense 8140-8570 compliance. Security Plus has demonstrated its ability to make sure you have the right foundation for your cyber career. Because Security Plus has helped organizations for years, it's no wonder that more and more people in various job roles are turning to Security Plus to enrich their security skill set. Study with the official CompTIA content exclusively developed for Security Plus and hit the ground running with the best cybersecurity certification on the market. Prepare yourself to address today's threats as well as anticipate the next attack. Head on over to comptia.org/security to learn more and secure your future.
That was a wonderful talk. Hope you all are enjoying. Next on the list is Soumyadeep Basu, who will be talking on hunting down bad software with zero reverse engineering.
Hey guys, Soumyadeep here. First of all, welcome to VULNCON 2020, and today I'll be speaking about hunting software bugs with zero reverse engineering. Just before I start, let me introduce myself. I'm a red team enthusiast. So if you have got some cool previous vectors or anything related to red teaming you want to discuss, please feel free to hit me up on Discord. And besides that, I love playing snooker in my pastime. Just before we get going, I'll briefly discuss the agenda of my talk. We'll start with what and why, that is, what kind of bugs are we hunting and why should we hunt for bugs inside software. Next, we'll come up with the tools of the trade, that is, the tools that we'll be using in order to hunt for bugs, what and where, what we look for, and some interesting targets of opportunity, and where should we look exactly to find these bugs, and we'll end up with a Q&A session. Let me tell you, the vulnerabilities we're going to discuss is not something new or that I have discovered or anything like that. These are age-old vulnerabilities which you can find in any software application if audited properly. But our main focus for today's talk will be on the techniques. So if you can learn these techniques well, we can use them in order to audit more and more applications to hunt for bugs. So what are we looking for? We are not looking for any kind of vulnerabilities one can find via automated vulnerability scanners like that of Metasploit or Nessus. Why? Because that's already inside Metasploit. It doesn't need manual hunting. We'll not be looking for things like that of BOF, that is buffer overflow, or some kind of UAF or use after free vulnerabilities, or anything that requires complex assembly or binary exploitation skills. Instead, we'll be looking for logic flaws. That means no fuzzing, no binary exploitation techniques, The stuff we will be hunting is usually the result of a logic flaw or bad programming practice, like that of unquoted service path vulnerability or bad permissions, misconfigured services, or kind of elevated install permissions. Now coming to why are we hunting? CVE, not exactly. First, not every vulnerability that is discovered gets a CVE, but however, if you have audited the application properly and found some serious issues with it, you must contact the vendor or the software company itself in order to ask for a CVE. Second, too many enterprises nowadays use loads of sketchy third-party software written by apparent quote-unquote contacts of the C-suite. Now, there's nothing wrong with using third-party code or third-party applications, but however, there must be security audits done on them before they're deployed into production. And say inadvertently there is a bug left in one of them, or say a backdoor, your entire infrastructure can get compromised. Third, there is a never-ending race between the malicious threat actors, that is the red team, and the threat analysts, blue team. More of sort a cat and mouse game. So we need to patch vulnerabilities before they are exploited or before they come up with newer attack vectors. The tools of the trade. So a standard toolkit for such a software application audit should comprise of SQLite DB viewer in case the application is using an intermediate SQL database, PowerShell in case we have a scripting need, iCalc in order to check for permissions, and things like Redshot in order to snapshot registry and file systems, Procmon as a kind of a process monitor, Network Monitor in order to look at network traffic in real time, and things like Process Hacker, and the list goes endless. But however, we'll be focusing on the four most important ones now. Coming to Redshot, Redshot is used to snapshot the registry or the file system before and after an event and then compare the changes. So suppose you're installing a particular application and you're using Redshot in order to snapshot the registry and the file system just before the application installation, and you take another snapshot after the application is installed and then use diff in order to find the changes. So you can easily see what all changes have been made to the registry and what all files have been dropped to the disk. But however, we must remember that taking a snapshot of the file system itself will be computationally intensive, so we must make sure that we have proper hardware resources before we take a file system snapshot. Now, Procmon is a very nice utility that helps you monitor file system and registry changes in real time. Procmon differs from Redshot by the fact that Redshot gives you an overview of the change before and after the event has occurred, whereas Procmon is more of like a close-up real-time video feed of things that are happening in real time. So it will tell you about processes spawning, processes dying, DLLs and files being dropped to the disk. So whereas Redshot will give you a consolidated view of the changes that has occurred, Procmon will give you all the changes as and when they are happening. Now I know about Sysmon, but I personally don't prefer it because of the more noise that it generates, and moreover the Redshot Procmon duo works for me really well, and even Procmon has some filters which we'll see in the upcoming slides, in which you can use a particular process name or say a particular description or a PID in order to filter for all the results that come under it. Next up, Network Monitor sniffs network traffic in real time and ties them to individual processes. It is allegedly a deprecated tool that will allow you to watch your network traffic in real time and tying the networking to individual processes. This is where it differs from network capture tools like Wireshark. Now, Wireshark is a great tool by itself, but however, in case of Wireshark, you can filter by say the protocol or say the source and the destination. But however, you cannot ever tie back a packet that has been captured via Wireshark to a particular process. Now, Process Hacker shows the relationship between processes, running services, as well as DLLs that are loaded. But the thing I love about it the most is that it allows searching as well as editing the memory of a running process on the fly. So how cool is that? So you check for a particular string inside the memory of a process and you get say a domain string where it goes and checks for pending updates. So if you can change that string and point to somewhere we have control of, it can be a serious security concern. The first target of opportunity here, process call or process creation events. If the program is spawning a particular process, is the path fully qualified? Are they space coded? So using Procmon filters, we can filter on failed process create calls. I'll explain very shortly why we are doing so. But for now, let's focus on this specific filter that will help us through in multiple cases. So it starts with that the process name should begin with a particular value. So if we have a particular process in mind that starts with a particular value, we can include this particular filter here. The second is that the operation should be a create file or say an open file operation, or a create process operation also works. And the result should not end with a success, with the path ending with a .exe file. Now, a not successful result means that Windows tried to find a file ending with .exe at the particular location but couldn't find it. Now, let's take an example and look at what happens when we call something like this as a regular user. See program files, advanced system care, asc.exe, which is a legitimate binary, and the call trace will go like this in case of an unquoted path. See program.exe, which is obviously not found and is present in a non-writable directory like C for a regular user. Then we'll look for C program files advanced.exe, which is again not found, but this time it is a writable directory. What if we put a malicious binary advanced.exe inside C program files and this file is run as administrator? It leads to a very cool privilege escalation vector known as unquoted path. Now, how do we find bugs like this? So, remember the Procmon filter we showed before? It was basically filtering for process failed events or failures in create file calls. So, basically, if we look at the second call trace, it did not find advanced.exe, but it was present in a writable directory. So, if we look at all the process failed events and check the directories, and if you find a writable directory among them, we have successfully exploited the vulnerability. New services. So as we have discussed before, Redshot helps you find new services looking for potential DLL path hijacking opportunities, as well as you're looking for services that are added with an unquoted path, or say files are being dropped into and read from odd directories where we have write privileges. These are our potential targets. Even running process hacker in the background is beneficial in the way that we have real-time notification of any service creation or manipulation events. If we look at the diagram of Redshot here, we see that we can capture the file system mentioned in this given directory, and the first shot will be used before the event has occurred. The second shot will be done after the event has occurred. We can use the compare in order to compare these two snapshots. Coming to the practical side, there is an awesome tool known as powerup.ps1, which is a collection of common Windows privilege escalation vectors that mostly rely on misconfigurations. It has built-in commandlets that let an attacker exploit misconfigured service executable path or bad permissions. So the invoke all checks commandlets will search for misconfigurations like there are service path, service executable permissions, service permissions, unattended install files. It will check the path environment variable for potentially hijackable service DLL locations, and even always install elevated registry keys. If we look at this diagram, we see that there is a particular service known as Abyssus web server that is installed. Now, the service executable path is not quoted. That means there is a non-quoted service path vulnerability here. So simply by using the commandlet invoke service abuse dash name Abyssus web server, we can add a local admin of our choice to the host. computer. Bad file permissions. So, file permissions are generally the root cause behind most of the vulnerabilities. Lots of installers generally replicate permission of original directory of the machine where the building and the packaging was performed. So, suppose we have less secure permissions on the build machine, then those will be propagated to each and every host that will install the particular piece of software, and the actual behavior should be inheriting from the parent directory, that is where the piece of software has been installed. Targets of opportunity in secure updates. We examine the network traffic generated by a target application with network monitor while it is checking for updates. So the first check that we should perform is that, is the update being done over HTTPS? Even if yes, it does not mean that it is necessarily secure. If so, is the HTTPS certificate pinned? So the certificate being not pinned can lead to consequences like any user can man in the middle and pass a executable back to the update service, and in some cases certificate principal check is missing, while in others it turns out that a self-signed certificate works pretty well. Next, we will check that is the update signed. So we have a downloaded update executable, but it is not yet installed. So we'll try and swap the executable with something custom. And if we see that our custom executable is running, that means updates are not being signature validated. Even if the update is signed, our unsigned executable being processed is definitely a food for thought. Here we can try and use OpenSSL to generate a cert, use a sign tool from Microsoft to sign the executable, and try and replace it with the custom one. So the main focus we say should be on checking how the signature is being validated. Is it being done via specific certificate fingerprint or via principal name? Validating by principal name alone is not really a very good option because anyone can create self-signed certificates with practically any principal name. So the best way to check for certificate signature validation should be via specific certificate fingerprint. While these checks are really helpful for a reverse engineer, all of these can be tested manually with practically zero reverse engineering required. Let's take an example. Let's investigate when you simply run netsh instead of the fully qualified name with path C Windows system32netsh.exe. So Windows will first try and find netsh.exe binary in the current directory first. If found, it will run it. If not found, it will look for it in system directories along the path environment variable. So as you can see, this is a Procman filter output that has been obtained when the advanced system care, a particular application, was trying to run netsh from itself without using a fully qualified path. So the netsh.exe binary was being searched for in the current working directory itself, and then it was going along the path environment variable. So since it's not found here, the process continued along the path environment variable. What if we put a malicious binary netsh.exe inside the same directory? Say a meterpreter reverse shell. As you can see that we have obtained a callback from the host. So summing up, InfoSec is not always about fuzzing or hunting for bugs using automated vulnerability scanners. Logical bugs are found in plenty as compared to bugs found via reversing code, and as compared to scanning using automated vulnerability scanners. Automated scanning or fuzzing does miss out a lot of potential bugs. And finally, thank you. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Welcome to Cyber Mayhem. The match will begin in 3, 2, 1. Flags have been planted. Your team has owned a user flag. Your team has cloned a machine. Warning, your team is losing availability points. May your experience lead you to victory.
Are you looking to take the next step in your cybersecurity career or open the door to cybersecurity from other areas in IT? Security Plus is the leading global certification that proves you have the core cybersecurity skills to advance your career. Nearly 600,000 IT pros have earned CompTIA Security Plus. Once you have Security Plus, the #1 core cybersecurity certification on the market, you can problem solve a wider variety of today's complex security issues. Prepare yourself with hands-on coverage of the latest trends and techniques. You'll learn the 5 areas of security, including attacks, threats, and vulnerabilities, architecture and design, implementation, operations and incident response, and GRC. Security Plus has become the gold standard for corporations and governments worldwide. For years, it has been the primary choice for fulfilling U.S. Department of Defense 8140-8570 compliance. Security Plus has demonstrated its ability to make sure you have the right foundation for your cyber career. Because Security Plus has helped organizations for years, it's no wonder that more and more people in various job roles are turning to Security Plus to enrich their security skill set. Study with the official CompTIA content exclusively developed for Security Plus and hit the ground running with the best cybersecurity certification on the market. Prepare yourself to address today's threats as well as anticipate the next attack. Head on over to comptia.org/security to learn more and secure your future.
It was a wonderful talk, sir. Thank you so much. So, moving on with the last talk of the day. Without further ado, let's invite Shifa Cyclewala, who will be delivering a talk on genesis, mechanism, and working of phishing attacks. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello and welcome to this session. I, Shifa Cyclewala, the founder of Hacktify Cybersecurity, welcome you all to this session. So before going into the session, first of all, I would like to thank NOOB Army and their team for inviting me to speak on the topic Genesis, Mechanism and Working of Phishing Attack. So today we are going to see how phishing happens, as well as I have demonstrated some practicals to show you how actually it is done, as well as we'll see how to prevent yourself from such attacks. So before wasting much time, let's get into the presentation directly. So here we are onto the presentation. Here is my introduction. As I already said, I am Shifa Cyclewala, founder of Hacktify Cybersecurity, a public speaker, coder, cybersecurity consultant, security instructor, and obviously a human. So today we are going to discuss about genesis, mechanism and working of phishing attacks. So agenda for today. What is cybersecurity? Importance of it. OSINT, social engineering and phishing attacks, cyber attacks during COVID-19, Twitter attack breakdown, and future scope if you want to get into cybersecurity. So what is cybersecurity? If you go on internet, you'll find thousands of different definitions talking about cybersecurity. The one simple definition which I can easily relate to is cybersecurity is a practice of defending computer, server, mobile or any other electronic system, network and data from any malicious attack or attackers is known as cybersecurity. So before the talk, what you have done before the talk? A lot of would have used their WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram for chatting. Some of you would have ordered some food from Zomato, Swiggy, etc. Someone would have just transferred some amount to some other person using some e-wallets like Paytm, Beam, Google Pay, etc. So what I am trying to tell here is we spend 70 to 90% of our time using internet. That means we are increasing in terms of digitalization at supersonic speed. So with the increase in digitalization and usage of internet, there is the increased space and scope for hackers and scammers as well. So what does it mean? Who are scammers and what do they do? So we are going to see during the presentation what are the cyber scams that happens and how to stop or prevent yourself from getting fooled or scammed by other scammers. So here is the job growth IT market. So if you see the graph closely, you will see that information security analyst is a position which demand has increased to 28%, which is a lot compared to all the other positions available here. So this is the right time to get into cybersecurity. As you can see, the position information security analyst has increased to 28%. That means we have whole amount of jobs available for cybersecurity analyst if you have right skill and right knowledge. Mark my words, I am saying if you have right skills and right knowledge, then only we have a lot of openings for you. That means this job holds a lot of responsibility than all the other job present over here, I would say, because you have to deal with the critical infrastructure and you take a responsibility to secure it. So they do not want any candidate who just know half concepts of cybersecurity. They are looking for someone who is good at all the basics concept as well as he or she know how to implement it. So this is what they are looking for. This job holds a lot of responsibility. So yes, if you have the right skill set and right knowledge, you are at the right place. You are gonna get a job easily into cybersecurity. So the first topic for today's discussion is OSINT. So what is OSINT? OSINT stands for Open Source Intelligence, which refers to any information that can be gathered from free or public source about any individual or organization. Now, you would be wondering, taking out information about some other person or an organization is legal or not? So the answer to this question would be yes, it is 100% legal because OSINT holds information found on internet. So if the information is already available on internet, there is no illegal thing using that available information. Gathering information by OSINT on yourself or your business is also a great way to understand what information you are gifting to potential black hat hackers or scammers. Once you are aware what kind of information can be gathered about you from public sources, you can use this information to help you or yourself or your security team to develop better defensive softwares or plans. You will come to know about what vulnerabilities does your public information expose. What can an attacker learn that they might perform social engineering or phishing attack. So this is a great way to keep an eye about all your information available publicly. There is another way around wherein an attacker use the same information about yourself to scam you, to spoof you. But there is always a good thing that you can collect your information and try to prevent the possible attacks which may happen in future. So let's see how OSINT framework looks like. We'll just go to the new tab and search for osintframework.com. So once you are onto this website, you'll see a lot of different things available. I just love the representation of this framework. So I'll go to the first thing, that is username. So you have whole amount of options here. You can select any. Okay, so I'll go to this name checker, what this name checker is. Okay, so name checker is a website wherein you can start or enter your brand name. So I'm just gonna enter Hacktify here, and this is an amazing website which is gonna give me the information about the username available on a particular website, as in the name Hacktify as a username is not available on Facebook. That means it is already claimed by some other person. Or if you go to Tumblr, you can make an account or a username by the name Hacktify. So here you'll come to know that a brand use these many application. This is not 100% sure the brand has only claimed the name, but then you get a brief idea about, okay, this name is available on YouTube, so you can go on YouTube and make a channel, or you keep your username as Hacktify. So here you'll see all the details. You can search anything you want. So we'll go again back to the OSINT framework. Okay, so now let's see something more interesting. Here we have email address. So you can go in email search, and we have a lot of options here. This The Harvester is an amazing Python tool which you can use. Here is the documentation. You can read more about it and you'll come to know it's super fun to use this tool. Or you can just go uh, onto some other website. Okay, okay, let's verify the email, or maybe you can open the third one. Whatever website you feel like, you can just go and explore because it's a whole lot of things. So I have also not explored everything out of it, but then I have used some of the tools which I generally like and I work on. So here we have domain name. So who is record subdomain discovery, and okay, so this website is now ready to use. I'll close this one. Let's go and verify this email whether this Shifa Cyclewala@gmail.com is a valid email or not. So if you are not sure about any email address which any person has given you, so you can just go over here and verify the email address whether the email address exists or not. So let's wait until it's finished. Okay, great. So yes, this email address does exist. As you can see, it's okay, and here we have a success message. So you can try putting some uh, email address which does not exist and see what it says. Maybe I guess so this email address is not a good one and is not claimed by anyone. So let's wait for this to verify whether this email address exists or not. Okay, great. So here you see that it is a bad syntax and the email is bad, as in this email address doesn't exist. So this is an amazing website wherein you can verify any email address you want. So let's close this. Do try this harvester when you have time. Just install this and use it. It's super simple. Okay. So now let's search something more interesting. Let's go to social networks, and then here we have a lot of options. You go to Facebook, you see search analysis document. For Twitter also you have several options, so you can explore your way. Okay, so now let's go to some malicious file analysis. Okay, so let's go to maybe hosted automated analysis. Okay, virus total. And then we have a lot of options here. You can explore each one when you are free. So this is an amazing website known as Virus Total. So this website gives you the information about any URL, any file, and you have a search for IP address, file hash, etc. Okay, so I know there is one website which holds the information about some fake or phishing website. So I'll just open the information from here. Okay, here are some websites which are basically the phishing website. Let's see if Virus Total is able to detect this phishing websites or not. So let's copy anything from here. So I'm gonna copy this website which is marked fish by this tool. So I'm gonna feed the data over here, paste this into the URL and see whether Virus Total knows about this or not. So yes, Total does know about it. So what is Virus Total? It is a website which has collaborated maybe with all the antivirus companies and hold hashes from those antivirus companies. That means you don't have to pay for the virus detection here. You can simply upload your file, find out the URL. So if you see Netcraft, Zero Cert, and there are all the famous antivirus provider companies hashes over here. If you see that here so many antivirus are not able to detect and are marking this URL as a clean URL. It is not gonna flag that this is a phishing email. That means your computer or you yourself is into trouble when you see that you rely mostly on antivirus, and here antivirus is saying it is a clean website. So if you are using any of these antivirus, then you'll come to know, okay, this is a phishing website or a malicious website or a malware. But what if you are using some antivirus from this list? So it means that you will not come to know about this malicious URL. So yes, this is very dangerous. So if you don't want to rely on any one antivirus, I would suggest to go onto this website and safeguard yourself and be assured with all the antivirus that what they say about a particular website. So you can go and explore more, you can copy more things, and you can paste it over here to verify. Or maybe if you are not sure about any file attachment which you are receiving through email, so you can just go select a file, upload it over here and check whether the file is proper or not. So I'll just copy this about Actify, open. So it's upload, you'll have to confirm this upload. It's uploading. Okay. Analysis has been performed by all the antivirus signatures available with this website. So you see that they are saying the file is undetected, and you see a green icon over here which says that the file is clean and it can be used. No antivirus flagged this file as a malicious file, so you can go ahead and use this file. So let this analysis complete. Till then we can, okay, it's completed. So you can go over here and you can see, okay, so all the antivirus signatures are saying that okay, this file can be used. If you go on detail, you will be able to see the hashes as well. So if you can just get md5 hash, sha, and a lot of different hash. So what does this hash mean and why these hashes are present? So let me give you an example. If you go online to download any software, let's say Putty. So if I go to download a software Putty, after I download this software into my computer, it's recommended to always check whether what you downloaded is equal to what the developer has put onto this website. So I'll go over here. So once you download any software, okay, so let's say I download this Putty zip for 64-bit ARM processor. So I'm gonna put this onto the desktop. I'll save this. Okay, this is downloaded. So now how to verify what I downloaded is valid and which is malware free? So what you can do is you can go to virus total detection, go back, choose a file which we downloaded right now. So I'll go here. I'll search for Putty. I'm getting this zip file, so I'm gonna open this and check hash. Okay, so here if you go, you will get this hash. So I'm copying this basic one which is md5 hash. So I'll copy this. Now how to verify? So you can go onto the same website, the official website, and you will get something known as sums. So here I am gonna go into md5 sum because I have copied the md5 code. I'll close this, and what we downloaded, we have to search that file. So what I downloaded was putty.zip. So I'm getting a lot of results. So better is that I search for the hash which I copied, whether it exists in this official documentation file. So yes, it does exist into this file. That means the hash is matching to the official page which is hosted by the developer. So to maintain the integrity, the developers put this hash onto the website. Once you download the software, make sure to compare the hash, that whether this hash exists onto the website or not. If yes, then you can go ahead and use the file. Also into the detection, if you see that we got the clean chit for this putty.zip, so yes, we can go ahead and use this tool without any hesitation. So I have bookmarked few amazing websites which I wanted to share during this talk. So let me just open each one of them. Okay. So this is an amazing website to check whether your email address is ever compromised in any of the data breach. So let's put my email address, which is Shifa Cyclewala @gmail.com. So you can just hit on this button and you see, oh, my email has been breached. I use Canva and Exigo, both this website. So Canva data breached has happened in 2019 May. So my email address, geographic location, name, password and username was compromised. So what I can do is I can search over here, and if I am using the same password which I have used for Canva, so I should go quickly and reset all my password, and even for the website Canva, I should update my password before anyone else can get into my account. So I use Ixigo for railway and flight tickets booking. So yes, this is again the website which has faced the data breach in Jan 2019. So you see a lot of data was been compromised, including my device information, gender, name, password, etc. So what I can do is I'll have to go and change my password, as well as if I am using the same password elsewhere. So there is an attack known as password spray attack, which an attacker can perform and log in into my other accounts using the same password. So it is always recommended to not use the same password on all your accounts because of this issue. So you can go onto this amazing website and see whether your passwords is been compromised in any of the data breach or not. So now let's go to the another website. I guess we have already discussed about this name checker. Okay, so here we have cert.sh. So this is an amazing website. This cert.sh is a certificate search website, so you can put here the domain name. So I'm gonna put the domain name as hacktify.in. Let's hit on search. So you will be able to see very quickly that the list of subdomains the website have. So here is the list of subdomains if you see closely. So now you don't have to do it, you can just go here and you will get to see all the subdomains related to this website. So here you will see the list of subdomains associated with the particular domain name which you have entered. You will also see the cert SHID which is associated with the particular domain. So this is one way of finding out the subdomain. Although we have a lot of different amazing tools to find out subdomains, so you can use any of the way you like. So let's go on to the another website, which is Crunchbase. Crunchbase is again a website is which is great, I would say. So here you get information about, let's say I want to gather some information about Instagram. So you can just select Instagram. You will see a lot of information about Instagram. Here you will see the funding amount, number of investors. If you click on this, who all have invested in Instagram, you will be able to see the list of it, as well as you will be able to see a lot of different details about Instagram. If you go down, you will be able to see sub-organization of Facebook. It is a sub-organization. We all know about it, the date it was founded, and a lot of different stuff. So you can go over here and search more about any particular company you want. So this Crunchbase is an amazing website. So you can use this anytime and it is very handy to use. Now let's go and explore a bit more about some things. As I have already discussed about this OpenFish. OpenFish is a .txt file or a page which holds all the phishing websites which are been reported by different users. So you can just go and explore more about this phishing websites. Or maybe if you come across any website, you can simply go here and search for the website name, and then you will be able to see whether it is phishing or not. So let's go to the presentation again and let's see. Okay, so I hope you understand. So I hope you understand a bit about OSINT framework and how you can gather information about websites, how it used to look in olden days, if the file which you are trying to access, if the website which you are trying to access holds some malicious values or not. You can get more details about usernames which are available onto any website or not. Or maybe you can search for mail address validity, whether it is a valid mail address or not. And there are a lot of different tools. You can just go and explore onto this amazing OSINT framework. So I'll go ahead with the presentation. So here are some more amazing tools to gather information: Shodan, Spicy, Google Doc, Maltego, The Harvester, Wayback, Nmap, Weapalizer. These are my choice, but then it would be unfair for me to say that these are only the tools. There are thousands of more tools available to gather information from different websites. So the another topic for today's discussion is social engineering. So what is social engineering? If you see from a figure that a person is trying to be someone who he is not, back behind the mask the person's identity is something different and he is wearing a mask of some other person and try to impersonate himself to be a legitimate person. So this is what social engineering is, and we are going to discuss about it. So what are the root cause for social engineering? The root cause are imposter phone calls, unsafe browsing, oversharing of information on social media. So imposter phone calls is when you get a call from some XYZ person asking you about your sensitive information, about your personal details, and we should not answer them about our sensitive information. This we all know. So this is one of the root cause of social engineering attack. The another reason is unsafe browsing. When you go to the website which is not safe, maybe it is not https, and you tend to put your password onto the particular website. So there is one attack which can happen known as man in the middle attack, because the website is not secured. So this attack may be possible. Someone sitting into the same network may steal your information what you are entering into your computer. The third reason or the root cause of social engineering attack is oversharing on social media. If you are sharing about yourself, a lot about yourself onto the social media, so then you are exposing yourself to some persons who may be strangers, who may be attackers, who may try to harm you. So you don't have to share a lot of information about your personal details on social media. And roughly around 156 million phishing emails are being sent globally every day, which is a lot. 156 million phishing email, which is a lot. That means they try to spoof these many people in one single day. So here we have the types of social engineering attack. The first is shoulder surfing. Shoulder surfing is an attack wherein an attacker tries to look into your system or computer when you are entering your sensitive information. So how you can prevent yourself with this attack? So it's super simple. You just have to keep your monitor or your screen in such a way so that no other person can look into when you are trying to enter your credentials. I get a lot of person saying that this thing is very common and we know, but in these days when we go to coffee shop or maybe mall or somewhere else, so when you try to use your phone to do transactions or something, do check out whether the camera is there around you or not, because that also captures the HD quality of information from your mobile screen or your computer screen. So do make sure that this time it's not only the person who can see your information, it's also the camera who can keep a watch on you and maybe record your sensitive information with it. The next type of social engineering attack is dumpster diving. Dumpster diving is an attack which happens when you throw your important documents in the form of dump. You don't just crush it or shred it, you just throw it the way it is. So you don't have to throw it the way it is, you have to crush or shred it properly so that no one can reuse the particular document and interpret to be you. So make sure when you throw it into the dustbin, you shred it properly so that no one can use it. The next type of social engineering attack is impersonation. Impersonation is pretending to be someone who you are not. They may dress as a pizza delivery guy, they may dress as a bank manager, employee, and it can also be done virtually through phone calls or emails. So, what is phishing? Phishing is a fraud which is made out of deception. So, let's see the principle of phishing. The attacker induces an action by hiding his identity or maybe wearing a mask and try to behave as a legitimate source to perform or to take out some sensitive information from you. So, why phishing? Phishing because we are human and we have one tendency, that is to get lured very easily. When we see discounts, when we see sale, when we see down timers onto the sale page, we don't think much about it because we want to just get all the advantage we can at a particular point of time. So we don't have to be fooled by the timers, the down timers, which generally the attackers put onto this kind of website. So you don't have to be super excited about everything. Make sure that what you are looking into is genuine or not. So here are the types of phishing attacks: wishing, smishing, whaling, and spear phishing. Wishing is voice over phishing. Smishing is phishing through SMS. Whaling is when an attacker target the important person of an organization, maybe CEO, CTO, CFO, or some other person, so that to get the higher authority access for the portal or application the particular organization is using. And spear phishing is one to one phishing, when I know my target and I am making a plan according to my victim. So this is what spear phishing is. Okay, so then how hard is to fish? It is not at all difficult, it's super simple to fish. So here I have created one video demonstration for you, so you can just look this video. Okay, so when we see this page, we quickly enter our email address. So I am entering over here shifa@gmail.com and hit next. When you click on next, it asks you for password. So I'm gonna add my password here and hit on sign in. Okay, so when I clicked on sign in, it's saying that you need permission, blah blah. So I'll just go to the video starting again to show you something. So if you will see that this website is not the real gmail.com, this is something which looks like Gmail, but it's gmail.srsecure.xyz. srsecure.xyz is my own custom domain where I have hosted one page which looks similar to the Google sign in page. So what I have done is I have created a look-alike page. So to spoof others, now what I can do is I can just send this link to any victim or maybe any person. If I'll send this gmail.srsecure.xyz to maybe 1,000 different people, so they are gonna put their email address and password into it, and maybe they'll get this kind of error. So they'll think that we would have done some mistake maybe. So what in why I'm performing this attack? To get what? To get the credentials of the user. So how am I gonna get the credentials? So here is how I am going to get the credentials of all the users. You can see that the email address which I entered was shifa@gmail.com, and the password which I typed was this is my secret password. So this is my own controlled domain srsecure.xyz, where I have created a subdomain named as Gmail. So it looks like gmail.srsecure.xyz, and I have created one text file wherein what all credentials the user or the victim is going to enter onto the login screen will be stored into my login.txt in the plain text format. So after my campaign, being an attacker, after my campaign has been done, imagine that I have sent it to thousands of different users. So even if only 100 would enter their credentials, I'm gonna get the list of 100 credentials onto my page over here, and then I can misuse it. So this is how phishing is done. They create lookalike page, and when you put your credentials onto those fake websites, so the attacker are gonna get this your details, maybe something like this. So make sure that when you enter your credentials, you are onto the correct website, you are not onto any phishing website. So I hope you understood this demonstration. I have created one more demonstration which is using one tool known as Shellfish. So here is the name of the tool. If you are using Parrot OS, so this is the inbuilt tool which you can use, shellfish.sh. So here you will see that I have so this is the tool wherein you don't need to code anything. In the last video which I showed you, I have created and coded the whole thing. But then this tool has made the attacker's life very easy. You get a lot of templates over here. You get templates for Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, GitHub, and a lot more. So what you can do is, you can just select the option, you can just select the website you want to make the clone of. So here I am selecting option 1, that means I want to create a clone of Instagram. So you can see that it's starting PHP server, ngrok server, and there is one link which is generated which we have to send to the target or victim. So once you copy this, you can just send it to the particular victim of yours. So I'm just copying this link and opening in my own browser to test whether it works or not. So let's open this Firefox, paste the link over here. Okay, so let's paste the link and see whether it's working. So yes, it looks like Instagram login page. So when you go to the tool again, you will see that it's waiting for the credentials, but you see that the connection is also secure. That means the website or the server which is hosted using HTTPS. And also we got a lot of information about the target IP, user agent, host name, reverse DNS, country, state, city, ISP, and a lot of different information about a particular victim. So we got an idea where the particular victim stays or what broadband connection he or she has, and a lot of things. So now it's still waiting for the credentials, the victim to enter the credentials. So we'll go onto the fake Instagram page and we'll try to enter the credentials here. So we are entering I am Rohit G and the secret password. Let's log in. Don't save. Now if you would have seen that it has been redirected to the real Instagram page. So the credentials we have found, account is I am Rohit G and the password is secret password what he have entered, and also it has been saved into the user.txt file from where you can access. So this is how the whole attack is performed. You don't have to do anything, the tool will automate every process for you. So this has made the attacker's life easy, I would say. We don't have to use this tool for testing and for understanding purpose. You can use this tool, but I would recommend not to spoof your friends or anyone with this. This is not for the playing purpose, but it is a thing which can be used to learn more about phishing attacks. So next is IDN homograph attack. IDN is fake URL address from different alphabets. It can be ASCII, it can be Cyrillic, Greek, Latin American. So what does it mean? So let's understand. The full form of IDN is Internationalized Domain Name. why do they use this fake URL? Let's understand this. Initially, phishing used to happen this way. Microsoft.com is not equal to rnmicrosoft.com. So now people like you and me can identify very easily that the second URL has some spelling error. That means it is a phishing website. I should not put my credentials onto this website. So these days attacker are also trying to behave a bit smarter. That was very easy to find out for people like you and me who knows about phishing and who have some idea and obviously are good with their spellings. So we can identify very easily. So what I have tried is I have tried to perform ID and homograph attack. So I have visited a website known as namecheap.com and tried to purchase a domain which is paypal.com. Firstly, it said that the paypal.com is taken. So I have tried after some time and the website was available to me in just this much rupees. So let's go and do this practical as well. So I'll go to the website known as namecheap.com. Namecheap is a website wherein you get domain names in very cheap price. So I'll search for paypal.com because now users are a bit smarter. If I'll take something with spell error, they are gonna catch me. They are gonna understand that this is a phishing attack. So I don't want to get caught, and also being an attacker, no one wants to get caught, as well as they want to earn a lot of things. So here it says that are you mad? We are not gonna give you this domain. It is registered in 1999. So this domain is not gonna allow me to purchase this paypal.com. So what to do in this case? If I get something which looks similar to PayPal, so the users are gonna understand that this is a phishing website. So to make it look more legitimate, what attackers do is they perform ID and homograph attack. So how do they do it? Let's go to the Wikipedia page. I know one character. The name of the character is Palochka. So I'll just copy this Palochka from here, which is not a English word, it's a Cyrillic letter. So I'll just copy this because I cannot type this character from my keyboard. So I'll just copy this. Now again I'll go to the search. Okay, onto the first tab I'm typing paypal.com only. So it is not going to give me, which we have seen previously. So I'm just gonna duplicate this tab. Now I'll again go to the domain search. I'm gonna type PA, paste that palochka.com. So I set this domain that you are not going to give me paypal.com. I don't want that, but I want palochka.com. So it's saying that okay, this is available. You can take it in 654 rupees a year. So now what does this mean? I can create a similar looking page of paypal.com and host it onto this domain name at rupees 654 rupees a year. So this is how the attack can be more dangerous. You will not be able to identify even the difference between the URL. Here you see paypal.com, the real one, and here you see the fake paypal.com. So you will not be able to understand or identify from just the URL. So you have to be very sure before entering your credentials onto any website. Okay, so I hope this was very tricky and this is something new which you have learned with this session. So let's move ahead. So what are the scams that has happened during COVID-19? So there are a lot of scams that has happened especially during COVID-19. Here are some which I have listed. The first one is fake UPI scam. Fake UPI scam is a scam wherein an attackers have created some similar looking UPI IDs. We know our Prime Minister have started a UPI address by the name pmcares@sbi to receive all the donations for the people who are the survivors of this COVID phase and who are not able to survive themselves and their families in this hard times. A lot of individuals have came to support this UPI and have donated a lot of rupees to this UPI address. But at the same time, attackers have created some UPIs which looks very similar to this. So as you can see, PM cares at the rate PNB, PM cares at the rate HDFC, PM care at the rate SBI. So these many UPI IDs were created and they were being spread to a lot of people and asking for donations for COVID funds. It's been came in news that all the UPI IDs apart from PM cares at the rate SBI are fake and we should not put or transfer money into those fake UPI IDs. So this is how the attack has been done. The next attack which has happened during COVID 19 was COVID 19 maps. Initially, we were very afraid and we were very curious to know that where all the people stays who are affected with COVID, so that we can stay away and keep our family away from those places. So everyone used to search about COVID 19 maps to see what all location has the hotspot, COVID hotspot. So in those hard times, scammers have created COVID 19 map kind of application wherein at the front end you will be able to see all the map details and everything, but then at the same time it takes all the details of your mobile phone, as in what all you have stored into your internal storage through the connection. And then after monitoring and understanding the application, a lot of experts have said that this is a malware which is spying on a particular user and recording all the information as well as camera information. So and it has been sending the data to the particular attacker. It has been said in news that to delete this kind of application, and then it is confirmed that this was a malware which spies on you and monitors all your activities. The next attack which has happened was free data claim. Free data claim, as in we know Geo has been the great thing when it started. It has allowed a lot of users to use free data to experience Geo, and to migrate on Geo we got a lot of GBs of data for free for several months. So uh, the SMS was circulating all around saying, good news, Geo and Facebook are giving 25 GB data daily for 6 months to all the Geo user due to this lockdown. So along with, there is one link which you can see over here, download this app now. There is one tiny URL. So again, when you download this application, this was again a malware which spies on you, which monitors your activity. So it has been released in news saying that you should not download this kind of application. So this message was again fake. So the next topic is Twitter attack. So there is one attack which has happened on Twitter recently. A lot of Twitter handles was used to perform this attack. Even official accounts of so many persons or personalities to whom we follow since long were being used to perform this attack, and they all have tweeted something like this, that we are giving back to the community, we support Bitcoin and we believe you should too. So here is a Bitcoin address which was given, and within 30 minutes the users were supposed to send money into this account, and after 30 minutes these big names are gonna give us the double the amount what we have sent. So this is how the scammers have planned the whole attack. So the reason behind putting this attack into this session was the scam was done over here, and then Twitter officially said that this was a spear phishing attack which has led to a huge Bitcoin scam. So this is the social engineering attack which has happened onto the giant company like Twitter. So for personal use, for organization, social engineering is something which everyone should know and should be aware about it, and also try to take the preventive measures for social engineering kinds of attack. So three people were charged for the massive attack in history, and the shocking thing is that all of them were teens according to the report. So how to avoid phishing scams? So first of all, I would say control your emotions. Do not fall for everything at first. Analyze, stay alert, and avoid this kind of phishing scams. The second is verify the source. You should verify before entering your credentials or any sensitive information onto the website. So you should verify whether the connection is secure. Not only this connection, but also check about the website, whether what is the reputation of the website. The third thing is stay updated with latest attack vectors. Read more about attacks so that you can get rid of all these things. Keep your browsers updated, because the browser may show you the alert saying that this website may be harmful or dangerous. So when there is an update of your browser, quickly update and keep your browsers updated all the time. Be aware of this kind of fake pop-ups, because these pop-ups are the ways to infect you and your devices. So after this presentation, you should be able to answer yourself about this common question, that what are the scams that has happened during COVID-19 and how will you protect yourself against it. The second question you should be able to answer is, what are the different types of social engineering attacks. The third question is, how to prevent yourself from ID and homograph attack. The fourth is, how to avoid phishing attacks. The fifth is, what is OSINT and its usage. So here is my LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram handle. You can follow me. If you have any queries, any doubt regarding the session, regarding anything else, so you can just ping me on LinkedIn or Instagram. I would be happy to help you. So I hope you liked the session. Thank you so much.
Well, now we are done with all the talks. I would like to thank all the speakers again for taking out their time from their tight schedule for VULNCON 2020. Also, a special thanks to all the audience who came here to attend the VULNCON and hear the talk. Hope you all learned something. So now that we are done with day 1, let's meet tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye-bye to you all. Sayonara.